state calls its next witness, do we have a matter of housekeeping we need to address?
We do, Judge. So far, the state of Iowa has offered states exhibits 1 through 52 by my list, which have been admitted. We would now offer states exhibits 53 through 94 at this time. Just in summary, those are exhibits that relate to the autopsy of Mollie Tibbetts, including a forensic anthropology examination, as well as some other exhibits that relate to a witness later this morning that is from the FBI. So with that, we would offer states exhibits 53 through 94, which I believe the defense is agreeing to.
Defense's position?
No objection to those exhibits, Your Honor.
At this time, states exhibits 53 through 94 are admitted into evidence. With that, then, the state may call its next witness.
Our next witness is Trent Villada.
Sir, I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, go ahead and be seated over there if you would, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
Agent Villada, can you please state your name for the record?
My first name is Trent, and my last name is Villeta. It's V as in Victor, I-L-E-T-A.
And how are you employed?
I am currently employed by the Iowa Department of Public Safety's Division of Criminal Investigation.
And how long have you been employed with the DCI?
Since 2006.
And what are your current assignment and duties?
So currently I'm assigned to the DCI's Major Crime Unit. So we are the almost like an equivalent of a violent crimes unit. Kind of we do homicide cases, officer-involved shootings, basically violent crimes.
And have you always had the current assignment that you have in DCI, or have you had other duties?
I have. When I first get hired by DCI, you have to go to it was called gaming then, now it's our Special Enforcement Operations Bureau. We have agents assigned to casinos, so I was in a casino for approximately a year. And then before that, I was a police officer for the Coralville, Iowa Police Department from 2002 to 2006. And before that, I was a police officer for the city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin from 1996 to when I started in Coralville, so around 2002.
What's your educational background?
Well, I just have an Associate of Arts degree right now. I probably have enough credits for a bachelor, but I have a few more classes to do. In my position, it's not required to have a bachelor's degree, so I just haven't finished.
All right. Where did you grow up, by the way?
I grew up in Belle Plaine, Iowa, which is Benton County, and actually lived in Poweshiek County with my parents for a few years. So I graduated from Belle Plaine, did some time in the Tama County area, and then went to college and kind of moved around a little bit.
Gotcha. And over the course of your career as a agent with the Major Crime Unit and DCI, how many different cases have you worked on that have involved homicides?
I get asked that a lot. It's kind of complicated answer. I do a lot of the state of Iowa's cold cases. I review those. So not only do I do what we would call fresh homicides cases that just happened right now, I also do very old homicides. So it'd be hard for me to estimate. I probably work on 4 or 5 fresh cases a year, and maybe that equivalent of cold cases a year.
And just by way of description, how is the DCI divided with regard to Major Crime Unit agents?
Are you referring to the zones?
Yes.
Yes. So the DCI has 4 zones. We're divided into locations around the state. So, for instance, Zone 2 would be the western third of the state. Zone 1's the Des Moines area. Zone 3 is like northeastern Iowa. And then Zone 4, which I work in, would be the about 20 southeastern counties in the state.
All right, Agent Villada, I want to direct your attention back to July 20th of 2018. Do you happen to remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Why is that?
That was the day I was assigned to go to Brooklyn, Iowa. The Powashik County Sheriff's Office had a missing persons case, and they requested our assistance with it.
Who was the missing person?
Mollie Tibbetts.
Were you assigned by your supervisor as the case agent?
Yes, my supervisor was Rick Ron. He takes the calls and then he assigns the cases.
So initially this was a missing person, correct?
Correct.
Did you go to Brooklyn, Iowa?
Yes, I did.
Did you make contact with local law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Who would that have been?
The Powashik County Sheriff's Office would be the lead agency on this.
All right. And their lead investigator is who?
Deputy Steve Kivy.
All right. Is Steve Kivy someone you had worked with prior to the Mollie Tibbetts disappearance?
Yes.
Somebody you were familiar with?
Yes.
So do you remember about what time you arrived in Powashik County on July 20th of 2018?
Not the exact time. They were organizing searches from the fire department that day. It would have been relatively early in the morning, maybe between 8 and 9 a.m., somewhere around there.
Where did you and other investigators stage up for your work in looking for Mollie Tibbetts?
The Brooklyn Fire Department.
Whenever you arrived in Brooklyn, were you briefed by other officers as to what the status of the investigation was at that time?
Yes.
And initially, what were your duties?
So when you have a missing persons case, you don't always necessarily have a homicide or a death. So with any investigation, our initial duties is to start collecting information. And it's almost always we collect information on the victim right away.
Okay.
Or the missing person.
And how do you go about doing that?
What you do is you start with the people closest to the victim. It's usually a small circle of our closest friends and family. That's where we start. We call it a victimology. The victimology is just kind of as it sounds. It's who is this person we're looking for? Who do they associate with? What's their lifestyle like? And then it's, I guess, the best way to describe basic investigative techniques.
All right. And in making that assessment, where would you have put Mollie Tibbetts as far as risk?
So Mollie Tibbetts was extremely low risk.
Why do you say that?
It's the lifestyle that she lived. A lot of our victims, there's drugs and alcohol. There's abusive relationships. There's all these different factors that would push that person into a higher risk of becoming a victim. Mollie Tibbetts didn't have any of those. Mollie Tibbetts probably had the nicest text messages we've ever read. We had a hard time finding something negative about Mollie Tibbetts.
So do you start looking at people or gaining information from people that are, I'll just characterize it as being in the orbit of Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes.
Okay, and just generally speaking, who would that have been?
Generally you look at the spouse or boyfriend or girlfriend first, family members, anybody that would be within, like you said, within her orbit, but I think a better way to describe it, just within her life a lot.
I know we have, maybe this isn't working now. Judge, may we approach, please?
You may. Give me just a second. All right, Agent Villada, we were talking in terms of your basic investigation approach, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so at the time that you arrived in Brooklyn on July 20th of 2018, did you or anyone else in law enforcement know the whereabouts of Mollie Tibbetts?
No.
And were the steps that you took in your investigation an approach that you hoped to locate her alive?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the breadth of the investigation from July 20th, how many weeks or days did you and other officers make efforts to find Mollie Tibbetts before she was actually located?
Approximately 30 days.
You started July 20th of 2018, correct?
Correct.
And when was the body found in the cornfield believed to be Mollie Tibbetts?
August 21st of 2018.
All right. As part of your duties as the case agent, did you also utilize members of the DCI crime lab?
Yes, we did.
Specifically, did Tara Scott, was she assigned to search areas early on?
Yes, I think she was in Mollie Tibbetts' residence.
Okay. So are you familiar with the address of 622 West Des Moines Street in Brooklyn, Iowa?
Yes, I am.
Have you been in that residence?
Yes.
When did you first go into 622 West Des Moines?
I think it was day one. I think then July 20th, 2018 was the first time we went in there.
Okay, and you utilized, yes.
I'd ask you to speak up a little more. I think some of the jurors in the back, and then also Mr. Valletta, if you could speak up, both of you, just project a little more if you could.
'Cause the sound system is killed at the moment, is that right?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
Just
Great. That's fine. Agent Villada, you utilized the crime scene team at 622 West Des Moines in Brooklyn, correct?
Yes, we did.
All right, and that would have been Tara Scott?
Yes.
And did she have somebody else with her?
She did, but I don't remember who that would have been.
So whenever a crime scene team arrives on the scene of any area you want searched, do you brief them first?
Yes, we do.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And ultimately, would you characterize 622 West Des Moines Street as a crime scene?
No, there were 3 crime scenes in this case, and 622 West Des Moines was not one of them.
Okay. I'm still getting static across the speaker.
Why don't we do this? Let's take a 10-minute recess. I know it's early in the day, but we do need to take an attempt at getting the sound system squared away. During the break, we'll see if we can get the ship righted. Just want to remind you of your admonition. Go ahead and take a break, and we'll resume as quickly as we can. Thank you. the jury, the defendant, and the attorneys of record are present. Sir, I want to remind you you're still under oath. Mr. Brown, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. All right. Welcome to the courthouse that's under construction. Agent Valletta, we'll continue on, or we'll try to. We were talking before the break about 622 West Des Moines. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And just refresh our memory, what did you learn during the investigation as to who was residing there the week that would have included July 18th of 2020?
Yeah, so the house belonged to Blake Jack and his fiancee Allie. I think it's Houghton is how you spell her name. And then Blake's brother Dalton. Jack was living there, and then Mollie Tibbetts would stay with Dalton majority of the time.
Okay. Other than 622 West Des Moines, where else did you learn that Mollie Tibbetts would have resided the summer of 2018?
She would stay at her mom's house too. Her mom lived in Brooklyn, and I don't recall that address.
Okay. Did Mollie Tibbetts have a vehicle?
She, if I remember correctly, I think she was sharing a vehicle with one of her brothers. When we were talking to her family, there was it was complicated because she had to get the car back in time for her brother to use it, that sort of thing. So it's just a shared vehicle.
Agent Valletta, whenever you began your investigation into the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts, were you able to develop investigative leads that you were able to assign to other law enforcement agents to follow?
Yes.
Whenever we use the term lead in an investigation, what does that mean to you as a case agent and lead investigator?
Right. So when we develop leads, what we often have to do is we basically call follow the trail, right? So we have to follow the lead, whichever direction it takes us. Some leads will dry up pretty quickly. Some we literally run into the ground. So a lead is just whether it's a suspect or potential incident site, we follow the lead and try to develop evidence or information from that lead.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
So if you can, for the jury, can you just summarize the resources that you had at your disposal, particularly initially whenever you were called in to investigate Mollie Tibbetts' disappearance?
So initially we were kind of thin. I think it was about the 23rd or so of July the FBI shows up. So our investigative team would have been the Poweshiek County Sheriff's Office, the Iowa Department of Public Safety, and we often refer to the DCI, but the DPS has 4 divisions. So we have the patrol, DCI, our narcotics officers, and our fire marshal's service. So at some point we utilized all of them, and then of course the FBI, which really they have almost unlimited resources.
And whenever you say you utilized all of them, it wasn't every agent in the state, correct?
No, we did not, but we utilized just for manpower and that sort of thing. We used all our divisions.
And in addition to law enforcement, were there other civilians that were engaged in searching the area in an attempt to find Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes. I mean, it was a community effort. Day one, the sheriff's office had organized a probably 200 plus person search of the area at the fire department. We had airplanes flying over. We would get calls from hospital helicopters saying, hey, we have some extra fuel. Do you want us to fly over a certain area?
Is that type of assistance welcome to you and other law enforcement?
Of course. I mean, the ultimate objective on this whole thing was to locate Mollie Tibbetts. So if we could find her, we didn't necessarily care who found her.
All right. During the course of your investigation, did you or other officers have contact with Dalton Jack?
Yes.
And what had you learned concerning Dalton Jack's relationship to Mollie Tibbetts?
Dalton Jack was Mollie Tibbetts' boyfriend, and they were more or less living together.
At 622 West Des Moines?
Yes.
Was Dalton Jack interviewed on multiple occasions?
Yes, he was.
Was there a particular agent that was assigned to him to follow any lead that related to Dalton Jack?
I think Matt George with the DCI did most of Dalton Jack's interviewing.
All right, and Matt George was a major crime unit agent that worked with you?
Yes, he was.
During the course of your investigation into Dalton Jack, did you or other officers learn where he was working?
Yeah, he was working for Jasper Construction, and they were actually building a bridge or taking apart a bridge or something in Dubuque, Iowa during that week.
What was your understanding concerning his whereabouts the week that would have included July 18th of 2018?
He was in Dubuque, Iowa until Thursday evening, which would have been the 19th. I think he came back to Brooklyn, Iowa.
All right. And did you take steps to learn Dalton Jack's whereabouts?
Yes, we did.
All right. Hang on a second. Did you or other agents speak with Dalton Jack's supervisor?
Yes, we did.
Did you also speak with others that may have had contact with him in Dubuque on July 18th of 2018?
Yes, we did.
And based upon that information, was Dalton Jack eliminated as a suspect in the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes, that in addition to some other information too.
Okay. Agent Villada, did you have any person or witness come forward to you or to any other DCI agent indicating that Dalton Jack had been seen in Brooklyn, Iowa, or near Brooklyn, Iowa, on or about July 18th of 2018?
No one said Dalton Jack was in Brooklyn on the 18th of July.
In an effort to corroborate that, you did speak to you or other agents spoke to other witnesses?
Yes.
People that worked with him?
Yes.
Did you also examine Dalton Jack's phone?
Yes.
Was there anything inconsistent that you found that, or other agents found, that would have been inconsistent with his whereabouts being in Dubuque, Iowa, or near Dubuque, Iowa, on July 18th of 2018?
No, we could not find anything that would place him in Brooklyn, Iowa that day.
And you looked, correct?
Well, yes, and the FBI did, and the FBI is very, very good at collecting data. So I don't know anybody better at doing it.
All right. Anything that the FBI brought to you that would have been inconsistent with his whereabouts being in Dubuque, Iowa?
No.
On July 18th of 2018?
No.
All right. In terms of electronic investigation, did you utilize anyone to examine the phone data of Mollie Tibbetts?
Are you referring to doing a Celebrite or just actually looking at the Celebrite data?
What I'm referring to is, did you utilize anybody from the FBI,
Yes, we
the
did.
Federal Bureau of Investigation, to assist you in analyzing the phone data of Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes, we did.
And just in general, what was the purpose of that request?
Well, so phone data, it's an excellent way to, I think Kevin Horan from the FBI, special agent there, was the first one that came, and he was able to utilize her phone data to basically show her location. where her phone's location is, I guess is a better answer. But yes, we're able to use phones to show locations of people.
Okay, and based upon that information from Agent Haran from the FBI, did you and other agents search an area near Brooklyn, Iowa for any clue concerning Mollie Tibbetts' disappearance?
Yes, we did.
And where would that area have been?
Well, we searched from 385th all the way to the southeastern quadrant of the county.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put an exhibit on the screen. Hang on just a second. Agent Villado, on the screen is Exhibit 6. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this has been described as 385th Avenue leading east out of Brooklyn. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Is this the area generally that you begin searching based upon the information Agent Haran had provided you from the FBI?
Yes, it is.
All right. You also indicated there was an area south of this location. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. And how far south did you go, just in general terms, with regard to what area you would have searched for the location of Mollie Tibbetts?
It was a couple miles south of Guernsey, which I want to say, I want to be good at mileage, maybe 8 or 10 miles south of 385th.
And again, this was based upon information that Agent Haran had provided you?
Correct.
In your search of this area, well, by the way, when did it happen? What date was that you would have been looking?
That we started looking on 385th?
Yes.
Well, we had the initial information from Christina Stewart that she saw her out there. I know lots of people were driving that road 385th, but not until Kevin Haran got there did we have more specific locations to look at. So that would have been, like I said, the Tuesday or Wednesday that he arrived after the FBI got there.
All right. Give the jury, if you would, a description of the kind of the lay of the land, the crops that were in the field, what you were up against as far as investigators in searching for any clue as to the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts.
Right. So it's, we're in late July. If anybody grew up in a rural area in Iowa, there's no more rural areas than Poweshiek County. So it's very agricultural there. Pretty much every field is either beans or corn. Corn at that time was, I would guess, pretty much fully grown. The beans were fully grown, and then the ditches were all overgrown. So, you have almost 2/3 of the summer where grass is growing within the fields. Most of the roads, 385 South is all either gravel or dirt.
And while you were conducting your investigation and this search over several days, was weather also a factor?
Yeah, and the summer weather is always a factor. Just, for example, running a dog through the area, the dogs will overheat quickly. In the summers in Iowa, sometimes we have a drought, sometimes it rains every day. So weather is always a concern of ours.
Well, specifically, though, with regard to the the time that Mollie Tibbetts went missing, was Iowa in a rainy pattern at that time?
It was. I think the 19th of July, the day after she went missing, I think there was a tornado that hit Marshalltown, and there was a couple inches of rain that day.
And can that type of weather hinder an investigation?
Yes.
Initially, in the course of your investigation, really through July and into the first part of August, did you ever run across the name of Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
No.
Did you ever have any information up until August or mid-August, around the 14th, that there was a black Malibu that was associated potentially with the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts?
No.
You can go back to one screen on that. I'm going to put Exhibit 10 up on the screen. My son makes an appearance. Okay. That's okay. We'll get there. All right, this is Exhibit 10. That's on the screen. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Does this, what is this? Is this a particular area of Poweshiek County?
Yes, this would be the, it's labeled, it's our search locations near Guernsey, Iowa.
Okay. And this is not all of the search locations in the southeast part of Poweshiek County. Would that be true?
No, it's not all, no.
Yeah, this is just a representation of those search areas?
Correct.
All right, there are red flags or half circles that are on the map. What do those represent?
Those would represent areas or houses that we would have made contact.
Okay. So were you going farmhouse to farmhouse trying to get any information concerning the whereabouts of Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes, we were.
All right, and this was a map that you would utilize so you didn't duplicate efforts?
Yes.
All right. Agent Villada, ultimately you were at the location where Mollie Tibbetts was recovered. Is that true?
That's true.
How close did your systematic search of the area that you were given by Agent Horan get to where her body was ultimately located?
I think relatively close, maybe between a quarter to a half mile away.
Okay, you can take that down. Agent Villada, let's shift gears just a bit. Were there potentially other persons of interest or potential suspects that DCI developed or talked to over the course of the investigation?
Yes.
It's been brought up in this case, the name of Wayne Cheney. Are you familiar with him?
Yes, I am.
And did he live in the area near where Mollie Tibbetts was located?
Yes.
Or was he interviewed?
Multiple times, yes.
So law enforcement paid attention to him?
A lot of attention. Yes, we did.
Ultimately, was he eliminated as a suspect?
Yes, he was.
And that was based upon investigation
Yes,
and speaking with him, is that right?
that's right.
And were there others?
There were several others that we looked at, which I would say a deep dive was taken into.
Okay. Was there a person that was talked to that had been near the cemetery near 385th in Brooklyn?
Yes.
Who was that?
I think his last name was Jackson Eichhorn.
Okay. And was Jackson Eichhorn interviewed?
Yes, he was.
Did you make attempts to place him at any certain locations related to Mollie Tibbetts?
Again, we took a deep dive into Jackson Eichhorn like everybody else and could not find anything that would implicate him in Mollie Tibbetts' disappearance.
Of all the people that you talked to in the investigation up until the time that the black Malibu was identified, were you able to develop any other leads that were substantial that would have led you to information as to what happened to Mollie Tibbetts?
No, we didn't.
Agent Villata, describe for the jury, if you would, what steps were taken in an effort to collect surveillance video in Brooklyn, Iowa, on or about the date that Mollie Tibbetts would have disappeared.
So what we do when we have a case like this, we do what we call canvassing. So we go to each house, kind of start possible, maybe a run route from Mollie and go to those houses, and then we expand out. In the course of our canvas, one of the things we always look for is locations for cameras on the house, on the garages, on the businesses. The world is heavily video recorded now, so we usually have luck in finding quite a bit of camera footage.
And was one of those homes at 616 East Des Moines in Brooklyn?
Yes, it was.
Who lived there?
Logan Collins.
And what had officers noticed about cameras at Logan Collins' residence?
Yes, they noticed he had cameras, and I think he had 4 cameras that they could observe.
And were agents tasked with making contact with Logan Collins?
Yes.
Ultimately, what happened with regard to the footage that his cameras would have captured that would have included July 18th of 2018?
Well, the footage on Logan Collins' cameras broke open the case for us. It was the lead that we needed. It provided not only the black Malibu, but it also had a very brief glimpse of Mollie Tibbetts jogging.
Now, you would agree with me that looking at that footage, which the jury has already seen, the runner is more or less a shadow that comes across the screen. Is that right?
Right. I still have a hard time seeing it even when I know I'm looking for it. So yes, we were very fortunate that it was seen the way it was.
Yeah, and we don't have to show it again, but when we enhance it, it does appear that there's a runner.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you know about Mollie Tibbetts' running habits that would have further drawn your attention to this particular date and time?
Well, we had Fitbit data that showed previous run routes. And we knew through the Fitbit data that would be a route that she would often take. So based on our knowledge of knowing what time of day she normally runs, and then what time we know she was probably abducted, we were able to guess, I guess, a possible route through those cameras.
And who are the agents that were assigned to review that surveillance data?
So Derek Reason was the one that, in particular, and then Matt George was the one that actually saw Mollie Tibbetts on the video.
Were you present at the fire station whenever that was discovered?
Yes, I was.
Was it brought to your attention immediately?
Yes, it was.
Based upon your review of the video and other agents' review of the video, was there a particular vehicle that you then began to search for?
Yes, it was a black Malibu, and it had aftermarket chrome mirrors on it.
It also had chrome handles?
Yes.
And did it have some sort of sporty spoked wheel as well?
It did, yes.
Okay. And looking at the video, you can't see a license plate, is that
No,
right?
No, we can't.
But you had a fairly good description of the vehicle, would you agree?
We did, yes.
After this video, did you provide that type of information to other investigators in the case?
Yeah, so what we did then is we basically took a still shot from the camera and printed out that picture, and then we assigned several cars to drive around the area to see if they could not locate the vehicle.
Ultimately, was a vehicle fitting that description located by an officer?
Yeah, Steve Kivy found the vehicle.
Okay. And do you remember what date that was?
Was it? I think it was the next day. I'm not exactly sure what day.
I think we have previous testimony that was August 16th. Does that make sense?
That makes sense, yes.
All right. Were you approaching a weekend on August 16th?
We were. I think that was a Thursday, and then Friday was everything kind of getting shut down.
All right, so you had this particular lead based upon what Steve Kivy told you. Were there several days that passed before you made contact with the defendant, Cristhian Bahena Rivera, and the black Malibu?
Yes, there was.
Why was there a delay in that time frame?
Well, at that part of the investigation, a lot of our resources were depleted. I think that was the time when Wisconsin had a missing girl going on, so we lost a lot of our FBI resources. And we didn't have any Spanish speakers. So Deputy Kivy's contact with Cristhian Rivera made it clear to us that we needed a Spanish speaker to talk to him. So it was a nervous time for us because we would have rather done it right away, but we had to basically marshal our resources before we could move forward.
Okay. So you have to plan.
Yes.
Right, and that helps to do things efficiently. Would you agree?
Well, we want to do things correctly and efficiently, yes.
Were you able then to marshal resources on and make a plan for August 20th to make contact with the defendant, Cristhian Bahena Rivera?
Yes, we were.
And what was the plan on August 20th? Summarize that for us, please.
Well, we knew we wanted to interview Cristhian Rivera based on the video. We also we knew where he worked. We knew he worked at Yerby Farms. We needed to make sure we had good Spanish speakers out there, and we also wanted to talk to people that he worked with. When I mentioned earlier that we had canvassed most of Powashik County, that was one of the areas we hadn't got to yet. So we were essentially wanting to canvass that area too for information.
Right. Yerby Farms was in operation the entire time that the investigation was ongoing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Until you identified Cristhian Bahena Rivera, had you made any effort to canvass Yerby Farms or its workers?
We hadn't been out there. I think we had maybe stopped there just looking for cameras, but we had not done an official canvass yet.
And you had learned that the defendant worked at Yerby Farms.
That's correct.
And that's why you went there.
That's correct.
So describe for the jury what happened on Monday, August 20th, when you went to Yerby Farms.
So what we did is it was just kind of like every other time we would go out and canvass. We got a group of investigators together. We made contact at the farm, and then we tried to split people up so we could talk to them individually.
And just in general, why would you have talked to all the workers at Yerby Farms?
It's kind of a complicated answer. If everybody remembers back in 2018, the political environment was pretty hostile towards our immigrant communities, and we were concerned that any contact that our immigrants would have with the police or anybody from the government would cause them fear, or maybe cause them to flee or not cooperate. So we were trying to take every effort possible to make them feel comfortable with us, but we also wanted to be sure we could identify them.
All right, and your efforts were to gain information, correct?
That was our number one priority.
And it was a lead concerning the video and contact with the defendant that led you to Yerby Farms where he worked?
Correct.
Okay. Ultimately, was the defendant requested to come to the sheriff's office for an interview?
Yes, he was.
And did you contact an officer from Iowa City to do that interview?
Yes. Pamela Romero from the Iowa City Police Department came to interview Cristhian Rivera.
Was Officer Romero somebody that you were familiar with from previous investigations?
Yeah, she had come down one other day to help us on this case previously.
To help with interpretation?
Yes.
To help make contact with any Spanish-speaking witnesses?
Yeah. Yes.
Was she helpful?
Very helpful.
The interview then took place at the sheriff's office.
Yes, it did.
We've already been over that, so I'm not going to ask you to recount it, but were you present for much of that interview? Were you present in the building?
Yes, I was.
After the interview at the sheriff's office was concluded, Agent Villada, did you go to a certain location in Poweshiek County on the early morning hours of August 21st, 2018?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember the address of that location?
It's 2478 460th Avenue.
And at that location or near that address, what was found?
The body of Mollie Tibbetts.
Whenever you were present on the field side, or at the field, I should say, the cornfield, was the defendant also present?
Yes, he was.
Was he located in a vehicle?
Yes.
And was he with other officers in that vehicle?
Yes, he was.
Was one of them Pamela Romero?
Yes.
Was one of them Jeff Fink?
I don't know if Jeff Fink was in. I think Jeff Fink was in that vehicle, yes.
Jeff Fink is an Iowa City police officer.
Yes, he was.
Also a Spanish speaker.
Yes.
I think we saw video last week of Jeff Fink on the video, but also present in the car was local sheriff's deputy. Is that right?
I think Steve Kivy was there, and Nick Potritz from the FBI was also there.
During the course of the investigation, Agent Villada, were officers able to locate the Fitbit or the phone known to be worn by Mollie Tibbetts?
No, we never found those.
Did you search for them?
Yes.
Did you search the area around where her body was located?
Yes.
No success?
No.
Did you search other areas in an attempt to find the Fitbit or the phone?
Yes.
Describe generally what other areas you would have searched to try to find those two items.
Well, again, you would start where her body was located and then move all around that area. We'd spent quite a bit of time along 385th. The FBI has a device dog that we were able to use that actually sniffs out electronic devices. And then the ditch on, I think it's 200th Street that goes south towards 460th Avenue.
And utilizing those resources, were you able to locate either of those two electronic items?
No, we never found those.
Was information that was located in other places relating to the phone and the Fitbit, was that provided to FBI agent Kevin Horan in an effort to pinpoint their location?
Yes, it was.
Whenever you arrived at the location where Mollie Tibbetts was located, did you go out to where, specifically where her body was located?
Yes.
Describe for the jury what you saw whenever you arrived.
All I could see was her fluorescent running shoes because the rest of her body was concealed under corn leaves, corn stalks, that sort of thing.
Would your observations have been before Amy Johnson or John Berry would have arrived from the crime scene team?
Yes.
Whenever you drove out to this location, generally what was the weather?
I think it was misting. Maybe it rained the night before. The roads were very wet, muddy, that sort of thing.
Do you remember about what time you arrived at the cornfield?
I think we left the sheriff's office maybe 4:15, and it took us about maybe a half hour or so to get there.
At the time that you arrived, was it still dark?
It was dark, yes.
Just starting to get light.
Just starting to get light, yes.
Lastly, Agent Villada, were you or other agents able to locate any weapon that was used to inflict the injuries on Mollie Tibbetts?
No, we weren't.
All right. Did you learn that there were sharp force injuries that caused her death?
Yes.
So what type of weapon would you have been looking for?
Sharp, like a knife, so something that would create sharp force, so like a bladed weapon.
To your knowledge, was any firearm ever associated with the death of Mollie Tibbetts?
No.
And to your knowledge, despite your efforts and other officers' efforts, were you able to locate a knife or a weapon that would cause sharp force injuries that was associated with the injuries of Mollie Tibbetts?
No, we never found the knife.
Did you look?
All over the place.
Okay. The residence of the defendant was searched?
Yes, it was.
It was a trailer?
Yes.
A couple of knives were taken from that location, is that right?
That's right.
Were those submitted to the lab for testing?
Yes, they were.
They were not associated with the death of Mollie Tibbetts?
No.
Just describe, I know you said all over the place is where you looked. What other types of places would you have searched in an effort to try to find the item, like a knife, that would have caused the death of Mollie Tibbetts?
Well, Cristhian Rivera also had 2 vehicles, so we would have looked there. And then at or near her, Mollie Tibbetts' body.
Agent Villada, you were made aware of the video from Logan Collins' house that developed leads in this case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you stay in touch with Officer Pamela Romero concerning admissions or statements that the defendant was making concerning the death of Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes.
And did you also stay in touch with, and were you aware of physical evidence specifically blood that was found on or in the trunk of the Chevy Malibu that was driven by the defendant, Cristhian Bahena Rivera.
Yes.
Prior to going to the location of Mollie Tibbetts' body at the address that you just mentioned, did any law enforcement agent know the location of Mollie Tibbetts' body that was related to you?
No.
So prior to August 21st of 2018, neither you nor anyone in law enforcement, to your knowledge, had any knowledge as to the location of Mollie Tibbetts
No, we did not know where she was. No.
until August 21st of 2018.
That's correct.
That's all the questions I have this time.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Defense may cross-examine.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let's just start, if you would, kind of set the stage for us. It's Brooklyn, Iowa, between July 23, when you get there, and August 20th. Let's use that date. It was kind of a media frenzy, wasn't it?
You know, people don't believe us when we didn't pay a lot of attention to the media, but it was, I guess. There was a lot of media attention.
Okay. National media was there, correct?
Yeah. I think I met several, just bumped into them at Casey's, that kind of thing.
A lot of local media there.
Yes.
And there was a reward put out for the solving of Miss Tibbetts' disappearance, wasn't there?
Yes.
And it was exponential, like $400,000, if memory serves me, right?
I think that sounds correct, yes.
Is that the largest reward that you've ever been involved with in an investigation?
Yes, by far, yes.
So this was a case with a lot of attention. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
The whole town was circling the wagons trying to find Mollie, right?
Yes.
People coming from all over trying to help out.
Yes.
This case was in the spotlight, right?
Yep. Yes, sorry.
Okay, so Mr. Brown just asked you about the attempts to find the murder weapon. You recall that question?
Yes.
Did you ever go back to 622 West Des Moines Street and look for a weapon there?
We would have had no reason to.
Okay. Now, was it your decision to have Sheriff Tom Kriegel go on television on July 25 and publicly clear Dalton Jack?
The media decisions were not part of my decision making.
But you're aware that Sheriff Kriegel publicly cleared Dalton Jack on July 25?
I am aware of that, yes.
Who made that decision?
You know, I would always be aware when a press conference or something would take place. I guess I can't honestly remember who made that decision.
Okay, well, you're the case agent, and you're in charge at that point, right?
Right.
And a decision like that would have to go through you, would it not?
Media decisions were way out of my decision-making process. I think because of the media attention, we gave a lot more press conferences than we were used to. But they may have asked me if it was okay to do it, but I don't remember that day. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, who else would have the authority to make that decision besides you?
Well, there's a lot of supervisors there. So you not only had the sheriff of Powashik County, you had several DCI supervisors. They were bouncing in and out. My supervisor, Rick Ron, was there daily, providing resources, that sort of thing. The FBI had supervisors almost there. So generally, in most of our cases, press conferences are distractions for the investigators. So normally that kind of stuff is being made by supervisors. But like I said, I would be surprised if the lead investigative team wanted to say, that's okay if you want to do something.
Okay. Now, you understand the very next day on July 26th, you had Matt George approach Dalton Jack again and ask for another interview, right?
Yes, I remember that, yes.
And then Dalton Jack gave another interview on the 27th. You're aware of that.
Right.
And in that interview, it was learned that he wasn't completely forthright in the previous interviews, right?
Yes.
I don't object to the characterization that he's not forthright. I think that's speculation on behalf of this witness.
Objections overruled.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
And that was information concerning an affair he had had on Mollie Tibbetts.
Yes, that's true.
And you reviewed the reports of Agent George from that interview, right?
Yes.
And to your recollection, if you can tell us, why was Dalton Jack not coming forth with that information initially?
I'm going to object as to any reasons that Dalton Jack may have had as a speculation.
Sustained.
Did Dalton Jack give any reasons?
I don't recall exactly why. I could only speculate as to why he did that.
Do you recall reviewing Agent George's report and Dalton Jack saying that he didn't think it was relevant?
If it's in Matt George's report, it would be correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Brown, well, let's back up. You talked about Mollie Tibbetts' text messages. So you went through her text messages, right?
The investigative team did, yes.
Okay, and what about them led you to believe she was extremely low risk?
She just, she didn't use profanity or anything on there. There was no, it's very benign sort of text messages. She always appeared to be trying to help her friends out. There was just no, often we will find on text messages from our victims just talks of drug use or things like that. We just didn't really find anything from Mollie that raised red flags.
She seemed very kind, right?
Yes, she did.
And very loving to everyone around her, right?
Yes, she did.
And that coincided with the interviews that agents were doing, trying to learn about Mollie, right?
Right.
Even to people she didn't know, she was very kind.
Yes.
In the materials I've been given, I don't think I've found anyone who spoke an ill word of Mollie Tibbetts.
Right. It's very uncommon for that, but you're right. We didn't either.
I mean, she seemed to be a genuinely nice person.
Yes.
And if she didn't know you but thought you needed a hand, she would offer that hand, right?
I would believe that to be true, yes.
I mean, she is truly an innocent victim, right?
Right.
We can agree on that.
Yes.
And she had friends that cut across all socioeconomic spectrums. She liked
Yeah.
the poor kids and she liked the rich kids, right?
She did. Yes, she did.
She liked the boys and she liked the girls, right?
Right.
She liked the white kids and the non-white kids, right?
Right.
I mean, she just truly gave everybody a fair shot, right?
Yes, that's a good description of Mollie.
Yeah, I mean, so again, she's truly an innocent victim here.
Right.
Now, in those messages, in the context of what you call victimology, tell the jury again what victimology is.
It's one of those terms that's complicated to explain to people outside of law enforcement. The best way I can explain it, it's more of a background check. It's collecting just as much data about a person as we can. So.
Agent George, in one of his interviews with Mr. Jack, talks about working the case from the inside out. Is that kind of what it means?
Yeah, I guess sort of. I know, I get where you're coming from. It's, yes, you want to start with the people closest to the victim and then expand the circle as need be.
And that's what...
Mr. Freeze, let me stop you there. We need to take a recess. Members of the jury, we'll take a 10-minute recess. The hall has been cleared, so you're free to go. I want to remind you of your admonition, and please leave your notebooks where they are. Sir, you can go ahead and step down.
Going back to the interview that Dalton Jack gave on July 27, you've collected a report on that from Agent George, right?
Yes.
And you've reviewed that, right?
Yes.
And that report is all part and parcel of this investigation, at least as of July 27, right?
Yes.
Do you recall reading in that report that the affair that Dalton Jack had with Jordan Lamb had become sexual?
I don't object, Counselor Hearsay.
Sustained.
That report was part of your investigation and led you down certain paths in your investigation, right?
Correct.
And because of that report and what was said in that report, you acted in conformance with the information contained in that report, right?
Yes.
I mean, you get information, then you take the next step, right?
Yes.
And because of that information in that report, you took the next step, right?
Yes.
And because of that report, information in that report, what was the next step you took regarding Dalton Jack's affair with Jordan Lamb?
You know, I don't know. Maybe, I could only guess that maybe Jordan Lamb was interviewed,
Okay.
but I don't remember exactly.
Dalton Jack, in his interview with Matt George, indicated that if Mollie knew it had become sexual, she would have broken up with him, right?
Don't object, Counselor Speculation, Hearsay.
Overruled.
I think Mollie knew about Jordan, and I think she had forgiven him, so I don't know why Dalton Jack would have said that in that interview.
Okay. And where'd you get that information?
I think from several people. I think her family even knew about it, but I can't say exactly. My recollection is that was no surprise to Mollie that happened, and she had forgiven him over it.
In the course of your investigation, did you learn that the Jordan Lamb affair had happened more than once?
I think you're right on that, yes.
Okay. And she had forgiven him once and that it happened again?
I don't know about that. It was my perception that she knew about the entirety of it and had forgiven him.
Okay. So let's go back to the theory that Mr. Bahena, that you developed that Mollie was killed by Mr. Bahena, okay? Now, is it your assertion that Mollie was killed on 385th Street?
I don't know exactly where she was killed.
Okay. But it's your assertion that she was abducted on 385th Street?
Yes.
Would you agree with me, given your experience, that this was a violent death for Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes, it was.
Somebody stabbed her multiple times, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Would you agree with me that she was stabbed with a significant amount of force?
That would be a better question for the pathologist.
You understand that the weapon that was used to kill Mollie Tibbetts essentially at least pierced her skull, right?
Yes, it did.
In your training and your education and your experience, that would take a significant amount of force, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, yes.
So whoever did this didn't do it with a butter knife, right?
Again, the pathologist could answer that better. I don't know if I can't remember if they had an opinion on what type of knife it would be.
Okay. In your experience with violent crimes, you've seen violent crimes like this before, I assume.
Yes.
Would it fit the experience that you have that whoever committed this crime did so out of a rage?
I don't actually object to that. That does cause, or a call for speculation.
Sustained.
You have training and experience in that area?
In the area of what?
Interpreting wound patterns, causes of death, and the behavior behind it?
I would say, yeah, based on experience more so than anything.
Okay. And are you comfortable giving an opinion based upon your experience in law enforcement as to the person who stabbed Mollie Tibbetts, what their motivation may have been?
I'm going to object to any speculation by this witness or really any other concerning what a person's actual motivation may have been.
At this time, I'm going to overrule it in the sense that the question posed asks for a yes or no answer right now. So the witness can answer that, and we'll go from there.
And can you repeat the question then?
Can you read it back, please?
And are you comfortable giving an opinion based upon your experience in law enforcement as to the person who stabbed Mollie Tibbetts, what their motivation may have been?
I would say whenever we have a violent crime, especially one like this, I think you could give several opinions as to why someone acted the way they did.
Okay. And given your experience in violent crimes, you're comfortable giving us those opinions?
I mean, I could speculate on a couple different reasons why people act the way they do.
Could anger be one of those?
It could be.
You talked about going through Mollie's phone records. Some of those phone records included conversations with Dalton Jack, right?
Correct.
Those are part of the case file,
Yes.
and you looked at those closely in the course of your investigation, right?
Yes, they were analyzed very closely. Yes.
There was a lot of conversations between her and Dalton Jack, right?
Yes.
A lot of conversations where Dalton Jack admits to having anger problems, aren't there?
Chief, I'm going to object. Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Again, as a case agent, we assign people to certain tasks. So while I would have a general overall knowledge of the case, I wasn't the one that would have went through those phone records specifically.
Well,
So-
you just told me they were looked at very closely.
Right.
Would you agree with me that if Dalton Jack had admitted to having anger problems, that would be something that you as case agent would want to know?
Well, I did know that, but if it's in the Celebrite dump, then that would be true.
Okay, my question was, as case agent, you would want to know if this man who's closest to Mollie had anger problems.
Yes, of course.
And why would you want to know that?
Again, it goes back to victimology. It would go back to people closest to Mollie and who she is associating herself with.
And in your training and experience, the people who commit crimes like this are typically those closest to your victim, right?
A high percentage of the time a victim knows their attacker.
And again, do you have any evidence that Mollie Tibbetts knew Cristhian Bahena?
We had no evidence that they knew each other, no.
Dalton Jack, in these text messages that were reviewed, referred to times where he went psychotic, didn't he?
Judge, again, I'm going to object. I'm going to expand this to relevance in the time frame with regard to any of these comments that he's examining Agent Valletta about.
Sustained.
What about relationship problems between Dalton Jack and Mollie Tibbetts? Those would be very relevant in your investigation, correct?
That's correct.
And if Mollie Tibbetts were talking about breaking up with Dalton Jack within a month before the disappearance, that would be relevant to you, right?
Yes, and I also thought that they were planning on getting engaged maybe that next weekend or the weekend after.
Okay.
So,
But the question I had is, if Mollie Tibbetts was talking about severing the relationship a month before she disappeared, that would be something you would want to explore in detail, correct?
and I did say yes, yeah, previously.
And why is that?
It's at the early stages of the investigation. That's something. Relationship issues is something that's very relevant to the case.
And as soon as 3 days before Mollie Tibbetts went and disappeared, there were text messages, again, talking about Dalton Jack and Mollie Tibbetts having relationship issues. Do you recall seeing those?
Again, if it's in the text messages, that would be true.
And that's relevant to your investigation.
It would have been at the time, yes.
Okay. But you ruled out Dalton Jack because he was in Dubuque.
He was in Dubuque, yes.
And you say that because his boss told you he was in Dubuque.
His boss and his roommate, yes.
Okay. Now, his roommate is a young man named Brandon Gordy, right?
Yes.
Now, Brandon Gordy told you he was in the room with Dalton Jack that night?
I don't know if that's specific, what he says, but he did say Dalton was in the room that night.
Because have you also reviewed the interviews with Dalton in law enforcement where Dalton said Brandon Gordy was out of the room till like 5 in the morning smoking pot?
I do remember Brandon Gordy had left for a while to do that, yes.
Okay. So you're relying on Brandon Gordy's vouching for Dalton Jack, right?
No, that's there. We collected all different kinds of information that showed Dalton Jack was in Dubuque.
Well, Agent George asked him for receipts, and he couldn't produce receipts, could he?
Well, he didn't have receipts, no.
Okay, so he was asked for receipts and couldn't produce them is the question.
And I said no.
Okay.
Yes.
Dalton Jack talked about being outside, drinking beer, and playing bag games with his buddies at the hotel, right?
I was told he said that during his testimony now, but I think he told us back then he was in his room.
Okay. So his testimony here at trial is different than what he told officers?
I didn't see his testimony, only from what I've heard. I think again, I can only speculate as to why he was mixed up on what he was doing.
Okay. But if he testified that way, like you just talked about, if he was outside the room playing bags and drinking beer, that's different than your understanding of what he told law enforcement.
It was my understanding that he was in his room that night.
Okay. Who got the surveillance video from the hotel?
I don't think the hotel had surveillance video.
Was the hotel asked?
I think, yes.
Okay. Was there ever a report created on that?
If there was, it would be in my case file.
Okay. Bank records of Dalton Jack were retrieved?
Yes.
Wow. And nothing from those bank records showed him in Dubuque on July 18th, did it?
That's not true at all.
Okay.
Am I done answering? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Question.
Now, Mr. Brown talked to you about Wayne Chaney. Wayne Chaney came to your attention partially because someone called and gave a tip, right?
Yes.
And that tip was that he was known to stalk women, right?
Yes, and I think the sheriff's office also knew that already too.
So somebody who was known to have a violent tendency toward women was someone that the sheriff's office would bring to your attention and someone you'd want to know about.
Right. Yes.
And he was also within that southeast quadrant of the county where you were really focusing your investigation.
Yes.
Did you ever receive a tip regarding Ron Pexa?
Yes, we did.
And who gave you that tip?
I believe it was his ex-wife.
Okay, and when was that given?
It's relatively later in the investigation. I don't recall the exact date.
Okay, and did you go talk to Ron Pexa?
Yes, we did.
Who's we?
I seem to remember I was out there. I don't remember. I think there was 2 or 3 of us that were there that day, though.
Okay, now Mr. Pexa's in law enforcement, right?
He's a reserve deputy, I think, in Tama County.
Okay, and he reserve deputy to this day, right?
I don't know. You might be right. He might still be there,
Okay.
yes.
Did you record your interview with Mr. Pexa?
No.
Why not?
Because again, when we, it was not uncommon for this case for us to make contact with someone before we did the deep dive and full interview with them. It wasn't, the tip was unusual, again, I think at that time our resources were starting to dwindle a little. So just like with everybody else we did, we would try to figure out who they were, where they were at, and then using all our resources do a deep dive into that type of person. So,
Well, your files indicate that you first got a tip about Ron Pexa with a call to the sheriff's office on July 22.
okay,
And that was before you got there, right? No, you got there on the 20th, didn't you?
I did get there on the 20th, yes.
And at 6:59 p.m., an anonymous caller said, although the caller gave her phone number, a male by the name of Ron Pexa from Guernsey, who has been founded to have sexual acts with children. This person was concerned about him being in the area.
Judge, this is, anonymous caller is hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you ever receive a call on July 22 regarding Ron Pexa?
I don't recall a day, but I know Ron Pexa's name, and I know that we'd been out to his house.
I know. Well, do you recall how many times you got tips on Ron Pexa?
Okay, so no, I don't, but I know when we got leads like that, eventually they were assigned and run out.
Okay. If you would have got a lead on 7/22/18, would you have assigned someone to that lead?
Yes, I mean, well, it was assigned a lead at some point, I would assume, yes.
Okay. Let's pull up Exhibit P.
Can you pull up Exhibit P for him?
I've seen it. If we may approach, I can tell you what our discussion is.
Thank you. Agent Villada, I've put in front of you a document for the purposes of refreshing your recollection. If you look at page 2 of that document and read it to yourself, just the first 2 paragraphs.
Okay,
Having done so, is your recollection refreshed?
yes,
And now, on July 22, 2018, did you or your law enforcement receive a tip about Ron Pexa?
yes.
Now, tell me what was done in relation to that tip.
Like I said, we at some point we had made it out to his residence to talk to him again. Anytime we had a lead, and with all the resources that we had, I can confidently say Ron Pexa's name was talked about quite a bit after that tip came in.
This is around the same time you're interviewing Wayne Cheney, right?
Yes,
you had all the resources of the FBI, right?
Right.
And I think your word was that their resources were basically unlimited, right?
Yes.
Okay. And we have no report of an interview with Ron Pexa, right?
I don't know if we ever did a formal interview, no. You probably would not.
Okay. Did you also receive a report concerning Ron Pexa following a canvass on August 1, 2018?
If there's a canvas report regarding Ron Pexa, then that would be yes. Yes.
If I showed you that canvass report, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
That would be. Putting in front of you now an activity log, if that would refresh your recollection, please let me know.
Okay.
Now that's an activity log that was kept in your case file, right?
Yes.
And that activity log refreshes your recollection, right?
Yes.
And that activity log indicates that the residents at 610 West Street in Brooklyn gave information about Ron Pexa, right?
That's correct, yes.
And they indicated that Ron Pexa had been a person who had harmed children and women in the past.
Yes, that's what how this reads, yes.
Okay. This tip that you received on August 1, 2018 also indicated that Ron Pexa's home had a hidden room, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna object, this is not relevant.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Yes, the report here says there's a hidden room.
And that room concealed edged weapons, right?
Judge again, object to relevance.
Same rule, overruled.
Yes, that's what it says.
And that Mr. Pexa had threatened women, specifically his ex-wife, with death and burial, right?
Objection to hearsay and relevance.
Sustained on that hearsay.
Remind the jury how far from Ron Pexa's house Mollie Tibbetts' body was found.
I think it's the adjacent property.
The fence line to Ron Pexa's property was within 100 yards from where Mollie Tibbetts was found.
It's probably close, yes.
And Ron Pexa's house, quarter mile maybe, from where her body was found?
Yeah, that would be close, yeah.
What did Ron Pexa have to say after you discovered Mollie Tibbetts' body?
Judge, I'm gonna object, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
You didn't talk to Ron Pexa after Mollie Tibbetts' body was found, did you?
We didn't need to.
You didn't find it a bit ironic that this man who you had two tips on, the body was found a quarter mile from his house?
Objections argumentative.
Overruled.
I would say Cristhian Rivera cleared Ron Pexa.
Question was, you didn't find it a bit ironic that this man you'd received at least two tips on, the body was found a quarter mile from his house?
No, not at all.
Did you also receive a tip from a canvas on August 3, 2018 regarding Ron Pexa?
Yes.
And if I've showed you an activity log dated 8/3/2018, would that refresh your recollection?
I think that's what I'm looking at right now.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it refreshing your recollection?
Yes.
Now, in that activity log and in that tip, again, Ron Pexa is said to have a torture room in his home, right?
Judge, I'm gonna object. This calls for hearsay. It's not relevant. This is all speculation provided by somebody else that provided information to the investigation.
Overruled.
This report says he has a torture room in his basement.
Okay. And they gave you the address of 2410 460th.
Yes.
Now, so twice you have these allegations on Mr. Pexa. Is that when you decided to follow up on it?
Again, this was a very large investigation. My exact thinking or any of the other investigators' exact thinking would be hard for me to recall. Okay. But we did go out to Ron Pexa's house. I know we walked through there. We did not find a torture room or anything like that.
But you didn't create a report on it?
No, we did not create a report on that.
Didn't record the interview on it?
No.
Is he the only law enforcement officer you interviewed in this case?
Maybe. I'm not sure. Possibly. Yes.
You mean there could be other ones you're forgetting?
We interviewed hundreds of people. If someone was a reserve or something like that, that's possible, yes.
Are there other people you interviewed you didn't create a report on?
No.
Just Ron Pexa?
Yeah, we didn't necessarily do the full interview. We just walked through his house. It was almost like a canvas, yes.
Okay. Did you tell Ron Pexa you had these allegations against him?
If my memory serves right, I think he almost guessed as to why we were there.
Now, Mr. Brown asked you about Jackson Eichhorn. Remember that?
Yes.
What was the information that put Jackson Eichhorn on your radar?
I'm not sure how it happened. I think it was through a Google fence warrant that maybe put his phone in that area. But
Google,
I think that's how we got him.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay.
Google did a thing called a geofence, right?
Right.
And what Google can do is they can set up kind of a net over an area and pick up anybody's phone who's on Google or any of Google's like Gmail or Google Docs, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, you're explaining it better than I can, but that sounds correct. Thank you.
I had to do research.
Okay.
So anybody who's using Google on their phone under this dome or under this net that they set up, they can pinpoint that person, right?
Yeah, it's like a cell phone ping or something. Yeah, but again, you seem to be explaining it better than I can. So.
And Jackson Eichhorn's phone was determined to be in the cemetery near 385th Street around the time Mollie Tibbetts would have been jogging.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So that made him of interest, right?
Yes.
Did Jackson Eichhorn have any connection to Dalton Jack?
We always kind of assumed that the younger people would all know each other. I can't remember if they were actually friends or even knew of each other, but and I also seem to think there were a lot of Eichhorns in the area, but I can't remember exactly if they were friends or not. So.
He was interviewed, right?
Yes, he was.
And you reviewed the reports of that interview?
Yes.
And I'm trying to recall. Do you recall who did that interview?
I probably would guess Matt George did that. Okay. He seemed to be doing most of the people of interest interviews.
Okay. Now, Jackson Eichhorn was about 17 at the time, I think.
Yes, he was.
And when he was interviewed, he agreed that he was in the cemetery. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And he gave some excuse or explanation, I should say, that he was there helping a friend mow the cemetery for a bit.
Right, yes. Okay. Yes.
He identified that friend. Do you recall the friend's name?
No, I know exactly what you're talking. I think he said he was there helping someone mow the cemetery, but I don't remember the friend's name.
I think the friend might be Darian Davis.
Yes, that sounds right. Yeah.
But then he cut off the interview. He stopped the interview, right?
Right.
But he was interviewed again about a week later.
That sounds correct. Yes.
And then his story changed.
Yes.
He recalled then he was just kind of driving through the cemetery hanging out.
I thought he said he was like smoking marijuana or something, but maybe, maybe the car thing is correct, yeah.
Okay. When the canvases were being done down on 460th, who were the agents that were doing the canvases, do you recall?
Okay, so our canvas teams were different daily. It always depended on who we had, or we always played to our strengths. So we didn't want to send our people that understood phones
Sure.
out on canvas. So it was always, it'd be really hard for me to guess who that would have been. It would have been who we had and who didn't have anything to do that day.
Okay.
So.
Did you review the records of the canvas on 460th?
Someone in the investigative team did. I can't say that I reviewed all the canvas sheets.
There was a cemetery on 460th. Probably still is, actually. But there's a cemetery on 460th?
I seem to remember something like that, yes.
Okay. Who is Curtis Laver?
Curtis Laver. Curtis Laver, we looked at briefly. I think he'd met Mollie, like he had friends that had a pool party, and he was there and maybe met Mollie at that pool party, something like that.
Okay. How about Timothy, is it Tomatich? Tomatich?
Tomatich, yes.
What's the story with him? You looked into him.
Yeah, he,
Judge, I'm going to object if he's going to repeat what Mr. Tomatich would have said as hearsay. I think the question's a bit vague.
Well, I would say we're not there yet, so to the extent the witness can, he can answer this question at this point.
Tomatich just had done some unusual things around the time of Mollie's disappearance that we needed to follow up on.
And then came a lead to a guy named Michael Scott. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
He was the guy who was passing through town whose car broke down, right?
His car broke down in Brooklyn, yes. Yes, that's correct.
And you received some tips that this car may have been suspicious, right?
I don't know if it was a tip or one of our agents developed that somehow, but I remember the agent coming to me talking about that car, yes.
And they found a brown hair in that car.
Yes, they did, yes.
And the circumstances were he came to Brooklyn, his car broke down, left his car there and bought a new one and kept on traveling, right?
Yes, he did, yes.
Which seemed kind of bizarre.
Oh, it was very unusual, yeah.
And then the DCI went out and got a GPS warrant to put a GPS on Mr. Scott's car.
Right, yes.
And is that how you excluded him?
No.
How'd you exclude Mr. Scott?
He actually made it out to, I think, Omaha, if we're talking about the same person. There's a different way, I guess you're asking how we excluded people. There was really only a couple that we actually excluded. We revisited a lot of these people several times.
Just not Dalton Jack.
We did revisit Dalton Jack.
How about the idea that Poweshiek County has a number of sex offenders residing in it?
Yes, they do.
And you run all those people down?
Yes.
Everyone?
The ones that we knew of, yes.
So on the sex offender registry in Poweshiek County, you ran everyone down?
I think so, yes.
There was a gentleman named Brandon Roller that piqued your interest, right?
Yes.
What piqued your interest about Brandon Roller?
I don't know specifically. I remember, though, the name vividly.
When you said earlier the FBI had unlimited resources, basically, you were using whatever resources you could get your hands on to find Mollie Tibbetts, right?
Yes, we were.
And Nick Potratz was kind of in control of that?
Yeah, he would be the best resource for what the FBI did, yes.
Was he a part of the behavioral analyst unit?
No.
Was the behavioral analyst unit consulted during this?
Yes.
And that was primarily a woman named Mollie Amon?
Okay, so Mollie Amon used to be in that unit. She was no longer at that time. She was
Okay.
a supervisor out of Des Moines.
But the behavioral analyst unit was consulted?
Yes.
Did you yourself consult with them?
I talked to them. Again, we played to our strengths. So Molly Ammon used to be in that unit, so I think she had most of the contact because she would know what they're capable of or what questions to ask them, that sort of thing.
Tell the jury what the behavioral analyst unit is.
Wow. Okay, so it's like
Actually, I'm going to object to this. This agent's not part of that unit. Whatever he's going to tell us would be speculation. I think we're just getting far afield here. He's going to be speculating with regard to what she does or what she did do with the behavioral science unit.
On both speculation and relevance, I will sustain the objection.
The meetings with this unit, these are the profilers, right?
My only contact with them is usually to ask them how to ask questions on certain people.
They were giving you certain investigative tactics to use, right?
I'm going to object to relevance again.
Sustained.
Going back to Dalton Jack's home at 622 West Des Moines Street, Molly had a computer.
Yes, she did.
It was a MacBook
Yes.
made by Apple.
Yes.
And was that forensically examined?
If you're referring to like dumped or made copies of, no.
So you had information, did you not, that Molly was on her computer that night she was abducted?
We did, and we later found out I think it was her brother that knew her password.
Okay. So her brother went on her computer to try to find a trail, right?
Right.
Now, if you're working victimology inside out, you didn't want to get on her computer to find out who she'd been talking to or where she may have gone?
I think we're on her computer almost every day. We had a password. We had her charger, and then the FBI had agents, investigators that were actually like software engineers in a previous life. So whenever we needed access to any information on Molly's computer, we had it.
So, but you didn't have it forensically looked at for deleted files or file carving, nothing like that?
I don't know what file carving is, but the FBI software guys were constantly on that analyzing stuff.
So that wasn't necessary?
Again, I don't know what file carving is or if it would be necessary or not.
Did the FBI software engineers or whoever have it indicate that Molly had a pen pal?
Yes, she did.
Did you figure out who the pen pal was?
I think so. I don't remember the name, but I think at some point we figured it out, but I'm not sure.
Did you interview the pen pal?
I don't think so, no.
Wasn't there some concern that Molly was sharing personal information with this pen pal, but the pen pal was unknown?
Object, calls for speculations irrelevant.
Overruled, the witness may answer if he knows.
I can't remember exactly. I think the pen pal was a younger person, like a younger kid or something, but I could very well be wrong on that.
That's something you'd want to know, wouldn't you?
Yes, I mean, we tried to figure out everybody in Molly's life. Again, though, I could not possibly know everything and all the analysis, so maybe the FBI would figure that out at some time. It'd probably be a better question for Nick Potritz.
Okay. Was it you who directed the criminalist to take swabs and look for signs of seminal fluid
Where?
on Molly's body, Molly's clothing?
Okay, so the pathologist, Dr. Klein, would call me and ask kind of what they would want done. In a case like this, it kind of goes without saying that would be something that they would look for.
Okay. So in a case like this, the theory always is that sexual assault is possible.
Right, yes.
So tell me, when, in your mind, did the investigation into Mollie Tibbetts' murder basically end for you?
When did it end? Well, when we were able to corroborate all the facts within Cristhian Rivera's confession.
Okay. Was it over when the DCI reports were submitted to you showing a mixture of 3 different individuals' DNA in the trunk?
Again, that's kind of a complicated answer. The purpose of looking for Mollie Tibbetts' blood or DNA in the trunk was basically to corroborate the statement made by Cristhian Rivera that he takes her out of the trunk. So when he says, I took her out of the trunk and she was bleeding, and we find that blood in the trunk, that made the statement that he gave us true. So the reason why we were looking for Mollie Tibbetts' blood in the trunk was to show that Cristhian Rivera was telling us the truth.
But when we get additional facts like a mixture of 3 individuals' blood or a fingerprint that's not Cristhian Bahena's, we don't care to look?
Well, Cristhian Rivera didn't say anybody else helped him, so I don't know what a DNA would be much more. In my understanding, DNA is much more conclusive than a fingerprint.
Did you ever interview Ulysses Felix?
Again, that's a name I've heard, but I can't remember why I know that name.
You'd agree with me that no DNA from Cristhian Bahena was ever found on Mollie Tibbetts' body?
Yeah, she was very decomposed. There was no DNA there.
No DNA was ever found from under her fingernails?
No, there was not.
And you understand that there are defensive wounds found on her body, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to Yereby Farms, you ordered to have buccal swabs taken from all the employees, right?
Yes.
Why?
I think I kind of explained in my direct. There was talk, political talk of deporting millions of good, hardworking people just because of their immigration status, and we had this huge fear that if we had contact with an immigrant community, that they wouldn't trust us or that they would be afraid of us. Probably rightly so. I wanted to blame them, I guess, but they're a transit community. They're able to move from town to town and use false paperwork, that sort of thing. It was purely getting the buccal swabs was purely for identification purposes, and that was we took very, very careful steps to make sure they knew it wasn't about immigration.
So your theory was you wanted to take DNA from these folks in an attempt to make them trust you?
No, that's not what I said. I said in case they were to leave the area and we needed to talk to them at some other point, probably our only real way of knowing who they were would be through DNA. There were several people there that, for instance, asked us, do you want my real name or the name I'm working under? I think Cristhian Rivera had a false paperwork that he used to work there. So it was merely a form of feeling comfortable that we knew who we were talking to.
These people you interviewed, no individual gave you a indication that Cristhian Rivera was violent, right?
Sustained.
Mr. Brown asked you on direct examination that you were asking these people about Cristhian Rivera, right?
Right.
And they were giving you his demeanor and how he acted, correct?
Yes.
And they all told you he acted normal, right?
Right. I think
I'm going to object to the form of the questions vague.
Mr. Freeze, I am going to sustain that and simply ask that you rephrase that one.
Please tell me the description that was given about Cristhian generally.
Judge, I'm going to object. Calls for hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I mean, well, it's kind of a tough question. I think everybody kind of has a different perception of people that they meet. So I just don't remember hearing anything negative, I guess,
Well,
towards Cristhian Rivera.
Let me posit it this way. If someone had told you something negative about Cristhian, you'd remember that.
Right, yes.
If someone told you he was violent, you'd remember that.
Yes,
If someone told you he was known to carry weapons, you'd remember that.
yes.
You don't remember any of that.
Nobody at the farm told us that I can recall.
Now, you went to great steps to make sure these folks knew that you weren't going to get them in trouble with immigration, right?
Yes.
And that's because these folks take great steps to not be detected, right?
Yeah, I mean, our immigration system makes it hard for them to yeah, I would agree with that, yes.
Would you agree with me these folks come here and work, and they perhaps work under fake names and stuff, and the whole purpose is to not be detected?
Judge, I'm not objects. Calls for speculation. It's not relevant.
Sustained.
Were you able to look at work records for Cristhian Bahena?
Yes,
And those work records showed you he was working 12 out of every 14 days, right?
that seems right, yes.
And he was working about 12 hours a day, right?
Yes,
And he was working under a false name.
correct, yes.
And it wasn't like he was working under a Hispanic name, he was working under an Anglo name, right?
Yes, I think it was John Budd, is that he was working under?
Now I want to go to the interview. You made the decision to use Pamela Romero, right?
Right.
Now, were you aware she was an officer for 2.5 years?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware she had 16 hours of interrogation training?
I was aware of the class that she went to. I've never been in that class. I know it's a good one, but yeah, I know she was very limited in experience.
Now, you yourself are a very experienced interviewer, right?
Yes.
And I think Nick Potratz was there as well for the
Yes.
FBI.
Yes, he is.
He's a very experienced interviewer, right?
Right.
Jeff Fink was there as well,
Yes.
and he's a sergeant with the Coralville Police Department, right?
He's with Iowa City Police.
Iowa City
and
Police.
he is a sergeant, yes.
Was he Pamela Romero's supervisor?
Yeah, I think he was her field training officer or supervisor, is one of the two, yes.
He was an experienced interviewer,
Yes.
fluent in Spanish, right?
Okay, so this is something that I learned. He says he's proficient, which evidently is different than being fluent. Pamela Romero was fluent, proficient is different. I'm not quite sure how.
And she's fluent because she tells you she's fluent.
It was, yes.
Okay. Jeff Fink tells you he's proficient because she's educated and teaches it, right?
I don't know what he teaches.
But out of all the people that were there, it was your decision to send in Pamela Romero to talk to Cristhian.
So the initial interview was Jeff Fink and Pamela Romero, yes.
Why did you choose the officer with the least amount of training in interrogation techniques to do this?
That's how it evolved. So it evolved because Cristhian Rivera became engaged with her. He seemed to feel more comfortable with her. And often in these investigations, we have to make a kind of a gut call and go with our instincts. Obviously, the experience is a concern of ours, but as long as he's engaged with her and talking to her, we were still able to manage the interview somewhat. But Nick Potratz and I did not speak Spanish, so we the reason why we took as many breaks as we did was for her to fill us in on what he was saying and for us to do follow-up questions
So,
with her.
so you were still the man behind the curtain controlling the interview from the law enforcement standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, within reason. I mean, without being able to speak Spanish, I could only give general questions. I definitely didn't understand all or get all the information that was being told to her.
Were you aware at some point that Cristhian's family came to the sheriff's office?
Yes, I think they did at some point. Yes, that's true.
Were you aware at some point they requested to speak to him?
That they did?
Yes.
I don't remember that, no.
In your training and experience, is it good practice for an officer to act as both interviewer and then be a translator?
Well, I've been doing this like 26 years, and I have yet to figure out a good way to do a foreign language interview. They're difficult, and the optimal, I think, would be to have a highly experienced investigator that speaks the language. But it's hard. If I were to sit there, the flow is very choppy. I think it's hard even for the person being questioned to I guess, get in the flow of the interview, for lack of better words.
You could have, though, had Ms. Romero in the room providing translation, and you could have done the interview.
Right, and we've done that before in different cases. It's very, I just don't like doing it that way, I guess is the best way I can say it.
In watching the interview, you acknowledged there were times where Mr. Bahena fell asleep.
I know he fell asleep. I don't know if I watched it, but I know he did fall asleep, yes.
Okay. He was clearly tired.
Yes, we were all tired, yes.
Were you ever able to determine if Mr. Bahena had prior law enforcement contact?
I don't know that answer, no.
Okay. That's all I.
Please, let me stop you there. We need to take another recess. Members of the jury, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. I want to remind you of your admonition. The hall has been cleared, so you may exit at this time. Please leave your notebooks on your chairs. Thank you. Sorry, you can step down. presence of the jury, the defendant and attorneys of record are present. Sir, I want to remind you you're still under oath. Mr. Fries, you may continue with your cross.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Mr. Brown?
Just a little, Judge. You had been asked on cross-examination concerning Dalton Jack. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Based upon your assignment of leads, information that you received back from any of those other officers that would have checked on Dalton Jack's alibi, did you receive any information that he was present in Brooklyn on July 18th, 2018 at or around 7:30 p.m.?
No.
Or 7:45 p.m.?
No.
Other than Dalton Jack, you were asked a number of questions concerning other men that you would have interviewed, or you would have had other law enforcement agents interview to see if they had any connection to Mollie Tibbetts. Is that true?
That's true, yes.
Some of those men would have been Wayne Cheney, Ron Pexa, Jackson Eichhorn, and others that have been raised here by Mr. Fries. Would that be true?
That's true.
All right. Were any of those men associated with a vehicle that was repeatedly seen in the vicinity of Mollie Tibbetts when she was jogging on July 18th of 2020 at about 7:45 p.m.?
No.
Were any of those men associated with a black Chevy Malibu with chromed mirrors, chromed handles, and a sporty spoke wheel? Anyone?
No.
Whenever you spoke to any of those men or had other agents speak to them, did any of them tell you that they encountered Mollie Tibbetts on 385th east of Brooklyn on July 18th of 2018?
No, they didn't.
Did you have information that Cristhian Rivera told Pamela Romero that he had done that?
Yes, Cristhian Rivera said he saw her, followed her out on the 385th.
Did any of the men that you talked to or had other agents talk to indicate that they were angry with Mollie Tibbetts on July 18th of 2018?
No.
Did Cristhian Rivera provide that type of information?
He did. He actually said they was not only angry with her, but he actually fought with her on 385th.
Did any of the men that you talked to, the same list of men, indicate that Mollie Tibbetts had threatened to call the police on them?
No, just Cristhian Rivera did.
Were you able to develop any evidence that any of the men raised here by Mr. Fries were angry with Mollie Tibbetts in any way?
No.
Were you able to develop any information from any of the men, including Dalton Jack, any information from any of those men that they made admissions that Mollie Tibbetts was in the trunk of their car?
No, just Cristhian Rivera is the only one that told us that.
And Agent Valletta, prior to August 21st of 2018 in the early morning hours, did you or anyone else in law enforcement know the whereabouts of Mollie Tibbetts?
No, we did not.
Did any of the other men that you interviewed indicate to you, as Cristhian Rivera did to Ms. Romero, that they brought you to the location?
No.
And whenever we say brought you to the location, what location is that?
Where Mollie Tibbetts' body was.
None of the other men told you that, correct?
Correct.
Did any of the other men that were interviewed in this case tell you how, or describe to you how Mollie Tibbetts would have been found?
No, just Cristhian Rivera did.
And that is that she was covered by corn stalks, correct?
Correct.
How was Mollie Tibbetts found in the field?
Covered with corn stalks.
Who provided you that information prior to you seeing her in the cornfield?
Cristhian Rivera did.
Any of the other men that you interviewed at all give you that type of information?
No.
One person in this case, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
That person is the man seated here to my right, Cristhian Rivera. Would you agree?
Yes.
Did you develop any other lead or find any other reason that Mollie Tibbetts' blood would have been connected to the vehicle exclusively driven by the defendant?
No.
Only the defendant, correct?
Correct. He told us that she would be in the trunk.
One person.
Right.
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Freeze, any recross?
Yes, I'll try to calm things down here a little bit.
Okay?
Okay.
I won't yell at you, I promise.
Okay.
So we have this interrogation of Cristhian Bahena that was 11 hours long, right?
Yes.
That was recorded, right?
Yes.
And then we have this, well, at the scene where I think Mr. Brown just characterized it, that Cristhian Bahena said, I brought you here, right? That was recorded on an in-car camera, right?
Yes.
What I find interesting, and please explain it to me, but we have no recording of from the sheriff's office to the scene, do we?
Judge, I'm going to object. Can we approach, please?
Yes. The evidence that you have that Cristhian Bahena actually killed Mollie Tibbetts came from his mouth, right?
Well, there's physical evidence too, yes.
That puts the knife in his hand?
That puts her blood and DNA in his trunk of his car.
That puts her in the trunk. Agreed?
Yes.
Does it put him stabbing her?
No.
Okay, that's all I have.
Anything else with this witness, Mr. Brown?
The defendant does not admit to Pamela Romero as to how the injuries were inflicted on on Mollie Tibbetts, correct?
That is correct, yes.
He claims that he blacked out.
Yes, he did.
That was, as far as you know, his choice, correct?
Right, yes.
That's all.
Anything else, Mr. Freeze?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused. State may call its next witness.
We're going to call Kevin Horan.
So go ahead and step right up here. I'll gauge you. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. Would you make your way over there if you would, sir, and be seated?
Yep.
You may proceed, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name for the record?
It's Kevin Horan, Horan.
And how are you employed?
I'm a supervisory special agent with the FBI,
And how long have you been a supervisory agent with the FBI?
25 years.
And what particular unit or division of the FBI do you supervise?
I'm assigned to the CAST team, which is the Cellular Analysis Survey team. We're a group of agents and task force officers that are scattered throughout the United States. Essentially, we are subject matter experts in all things cell phones. So the forensic analysis of phones, the analysis of data that comes from the phones, as well as the live tracking of cell phones.
Okay, and you do you head up that CAST unit?
I'm the field supervisor for the Western United States, so I cover from Ohio to Hawaii,
Okay, and where do you live?
Dayton, Ohio.
And is that where you work out of?
That is correct.
What's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Syracuse University and a law degree from the University of Dayton.
Okay. Have you been a practicing attorney prior to your time with the FBI?
I was an assistant prosecutor in Dayton, Ohio for 4.5 years.
Prior to joining the FBI?
That's correct.
What other background do you have with the Federal Bureau of Investigation other than being a member of the CAST team?
For about 15 years, I was assigned to a Safe Streets Fugitive Squad in Columbus, Ohio, where I worked primarily fugitives, robberies, homicide cases. After that point in time, the FBI formed a specialized team known as CAST in 2010. That's when I was asked to join with 9 other people, became the original founding members of that team. From that point, we all received quite a bit of additional training in cellular technology that spanned months at a time throughout the course of 2010. There were some additional classes as well in reference to cellular tracking of phones. All in all, I've probably had an additional 200 hours of training in cell phones.
And have you testified in other states and other courtrooms concerning your expertise with the analysis and tracking of cellular phone data?
I have. I've testified, I believe, this is my 100th time. A happy anniversary to me. So 100 times.
And that's over a period of what year? How many years?
From 2010 to present in multiple states and federal and state courthouses.
So if you can, with regard to your expertise in the analysis of cell records, can you provide us a little bit more detail in what you can do whenever you approach an investigation, what type of assistance you can provide?
Sure. Essentially, when we get involved in an investigation, what the investigators want to know is what data can we obtain from a cellular service provider that may shed some light on what happened, who someone was talking to, who they were texting, making voice calls with, what have you. So our first order of business generally is to obtain those records. In this case, the cellular provider for Mollie Tibbetts was Sprint. So we obtained the records from Sprint. With those records, I can tell a lot of things. Essentially, when I look at a set of call detail records, is what they're known as, they tell a story. So they're all numbers and columns on an Excel spreadsheet, but essentially it's telling us a story about what someone is doing, who they like to talk to, where they like to go, how often they talk to someone, whether they like to text or whether they like to make voice calls, what have you. so we can take that data, interpret it, and try to find not only witnesses and people to be interviewed, but also potentially the last known location of that cell phone.
Okay, hang on just 1 second. Before we move on, I'd like to approach the witness, please.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 94, and this is just for identification purposes. We have the exhibit uploaded. But what is this that I'm handing you as Exhibit 94?
This is my CV, which has all my experience, education, and whatnot.
Okay, some of that we've already summarized,
Correct.
correct?
Yep.
And is this an updated CV?
It is.
All right, and it accurately represents what your training and experience and education is as it relates to your job?
Yes.
We'd move 94 into evidence.
No objection.
It's already in,
Oh, I'm sorry.
so,
I just want to make sure we were identifying it correctly for the record, though.
okay.
Yep. All right, thank you. So, Agent Haran, as part of your experience and duties as it relates to cell phones, we'll get to the specifics of this case here shortly, but in relation to cell phones and cell phone records, do you look at a historical record analysis?
Yes.
Okay, and can you just describe for us in some, summarize for us what a historical record analysis is?
Again, we would start with obtaining the records from the provider. We would analyze that information by utilizing specialized software that we have. Essentially, we take that data, we put it into our software, and the software will actually map it out for us. It will show us cell sites and sectors of those cell sites that the phone was in communication with when something happened. With those, with that information, we can create maps, and those maps become critical many times in cases where we're trying to pinpoint approximately where somebody was, let's say when a robbery occurred or a missing person, anything like that. That type of analysis is critical information.
Okay. And did you bring that type of expertise to this particular case?
Yes.
When were you notified concerning the need for your assistance in the disappearance of Mollie Tibbetts?
I was aware that it had occurred. I had seen some information in the media that she was missing. I actually had reached out to the squad supervisor for the Omaha division, which covers Brooklyn, Iowa, and advised her that we could potentially bring some insight into the case, at which time I deployed to Brooklyn, Iowa. I believe it was Monday, I think it was the 23rd, so it was about a week later. I responded to the command post. I started working on the records that they did have, and also requested that additional data be obtained at that point in time.
Okay. And tell us again what the additional data that you needed in order to do your analysis.
So the initial set of records that were provided to me were the actual call detail records from Sprint. So that would have been all of Mollie's voice calls, text messages. There is an additional data set which had not been obtained at that time. It's known as per call measurement data, or PCMD. What that data is, it's an additional set of measurements that the network takes whenever something occurs that can tell us approximately how far away a cell phone is from a cell tower when those events are taking place. And it's very, very important to get that if we're trying to locate a cell phone.
Okay, so you've gotten these two types of data sets, is what you've described so far, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any other type of data set that you would have collected that relates to the phone that was used by Mollie Tibbetts?
We will try to obtain anything additional to Sprint. So sometimes we will do what's known as a Google geofence. So if we're working with Google, we can get some information from them on locations of cell phones in and around a certain area. We can also collect advertising IDs that sometimes are put out by cell phones. There's a number of different data sets that we can obtain in addition to those that were provided by Sprint. But in this case, because I was focusing on Ms. Tibbetts' phone, I only needed what I could get from Sprint, because all of that other data probably wouldn't be relevant to her phone.
Okay. So at the time that you became involved in July 23rd, Mollie Tibbetts had not yet been located. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You were attempting to assist with to provide search areas where law enforcement could potentially search for her. Would that be true?
That's correct.
Do you remember the number associated with Mollie Tibbetts' account?
Unfortunately, I don't. I come across hundreds of numbers a day, and I can't memorize them all.
That's all right. I'll show you something here shortly that'll hopefully help refresh your memory. But it was, just to move on, it was your understanding that you were analyzing and looking at a phone number that was associated with Mollie Tibbetts.
Yes.
Okay. So, how long were you here in Iowa to assist with the investigation? What was the total amount of days? Do you remember?
I spent just about 7 days here, and after I left, we had another FBI agent followed my stay here for another week, and then we also had several agents assisting remotely.
Okay. And based upon the information provided to you, was there a specific time frame that you were asked to review?
Yes.
And what was that?
That would have been July 15th, and the time frame was, I believe it was around 8 p.m. In that range, which would have been, I think, the time that Ms. Tibbetts had gone out for a run.
I think you said maybe July 15th. July 18th of 2018 is the information that
yes.
she was running. Was that the date?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So that was the time frame that you're referring to?
Yes.
And tell us the times again that you were looking at.
I believe, well, essentially what I do is I take her records, and when I put it into the software, I just run it out to the very end. So, and then I start working backwards. So I was focusing on the time, the reference time I was given was when she actually was last seen, and that was on an actual run. My recollection was around 8 p.m.
Okay. Are you referring to the information provided by Christina Stewart, who actually saw Mollie Tibbetts running at a certain location?
That's correct.
And would that have associated Mollie Tibbetts with 385th in Powesheik County?
That's correct, yes.
And directionally, that would have been just east of Brooklyn, Iowa, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's the area you were focusing on?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to locate a cell phone tower in the area that the phone of Mollie Tibbetts would have communicated with?
Yes.
All right. And exactly where was that? Did you create a visual to show others where that tower was located?
Yes.
All right. I'll show you on the screen here. It's already admitted. I'm going to show you what's been already previously, no, go back one. Previously introduced as Exhibit 88. You have that on the screen. It's already admitted. Can we put it on the two big screens?
Not on here yet. It's blank.
Judge, the exhibit is on our screen. I'm not sure why it's not. Is it on yours?
No.
It's all connected like it has been before. I'm not sure what the problem is. May we approach, please?
It's up now, Mr. President.
Can we put it on the screen? It's already admitted. If we can get it on the bigger screen. There we go. Love technology. All right. Exhibit 88 that you can see here, Agent Haran, are you familiar with this particular slide?
Yes.
Can you please describe for the jury what we're seeing here in Exhibit 88?
So this is a typical map that we produce from the records when we get them. What you're seeing here, I'll start with the narrative at the top. So it's just essentially this is July 18th, 2018. Between 8:15 and 8:28 p.m., you have Sprint cell phone 641-510-1065. It utilized Sprint cell site 9, which is sector 1 of that tower, which is in Brooklyn, Iowa. How that actually is depicted on the map is you see this symbol on the page here that looks like an open, we call it an open wedge. Essentially, that's the one of 3 sectors on that cell tower. It's sector 1. It covers about 120 degrees of that 360-degree circle, and that's the side of the tower that the cell phone was communicating with during this period of time. Can I draw on this?
You cannot. I wish
essentially
you could, but you can't. So, so just before we go on, the phone number that you associated with Mollie Tibbetts is seen here on this slide, correct?
That's correct.
And that refreshes your memory as to the number that you had associated with Mollie Tibbetts and examined?
Yes.
Okay. So there's 2 other icons that are put on this map. Do you see one? Do you see those?
Yes.
The one on the left, or more into the center, is a gold house icon. What does that represent?
That's the house that Mollie was staying at and where she initiated her run that evening.
That's the information that you were provided.
Yes.
And then the green icon that we see a bit east of that, is that on 385th?
That's correct.
All right. And what point does that represent?
That's the location of a residence where an eyewitness had seen Mollie run by.
Okay. So basically, this gives us the area that you were looking at concerning how and when Mollie Tibbetts' phone would have communicated with the tower.
That's correct.
Okay. And you can, did it provide you information concerning how and when her phone communicated with the tower?
It did. What it's telling me is that, at least in reference to this tower in this sector, that the phone is somewhere, anywhere really in Brooklyn, heading to the east, because it's communicating with that, like the northeast side of that tower. It's not on the west, it's not on the south, it's somewhere to the northeast. If this is all I had, I would not be able to tell much about the location of her phone. That's why we add in the per call measurement data.
Okay. And does that provide you time that her phone would have communicated with the tower?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously introduced as State's Exhibit 89. Is that what you're talking about? Does this slide here represent that?
Yes.
All right. If you could, please orient the jury with regard to the additional arcs that we see here on State's Exhibit 89.
So these arcs are the per call measurement data that I was talking about. How this is obtained is essentially it's like a stopwatch. If your cell phone is communicating with a cell tower, the time it takes for your signal to go from your phone to the tower and back, if you had a stopwatch, based upon one simple formula, and that is the speed of light radio frequencies travel at the speed of light. If you had a stopwatch, the network could tell approximately how far away you are from the tower when that occurs. So these arcs, they're represented as arcs because we don't know exactly where, we just know the distance that the phone is. So starting with this one dark arc, which is between 8:15 and 8:19, there are actually multiple hits in that area. That's why it's darker than the others. So they're kind of pancaking on top of each other. So we see multiple hits at 8:15 to 8:19, and then 1 minute later we see another one that's a little bit farther to the east, northeast of where that previous one was. And then finally at 8:28 p.m. we see another arc that's a little bit farther out. So that's telling me a lot by looking at that as far as how the phone is moving, whether it's in motion or whether it's stationary or whatever might be happening with the phone. I can learn a lot from this information.
Okay, and with regard to whether or not the phone was moving or stationary, what does this particular information that we see that's represented on Exhibit 89 tell you with regard to the phone that is associated with Mollie Tibbetts?
The phone was clearly moving. It was moving in an easterly direction. From 8:15 to 8:28, we see the bands progressively move away from Brooklyn, Iowa.
Okay. Is there anything else of any significance with regard to the phone of Mollie Tibbetts that you haven't already testified to that's represented here on State's Exhibit 89?
No.
Okay. Let's move to, well, before we move to the next one, were you also provided information historically from the Fitbit records associated with Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes.
And what was of interest to you with regard to those Fitbit records concerning the directionality of Mollie Tibbetts' runs?
So we had a couple of known facts, if you will. We knew that she was on a run this particular evening when she apparently has or was wearing a Fitbit. A Fitbit will communicate with your cell phone, and it does that through an app. When you finish your run, essentially the user will tell the app you're done, and the phone will upload your map to Fitbit showing what your route was. In this case, Fitbit did not have her current route, so the route that she was running this particular evening they did not have because the user did not upload the map. So what we did is we referenced prior runs that Mollie had been on, and by looking at those we were able to determine that this particular route was one that she had run before, and by overlaying that on this particular analysis here, we were able to determine that Mollie, in fact, was running about a 10-minute mile pace in an easterly direction based upon a map that she had essentially created before.
All right, so just to take us back a bit on the Fitbit records, the records that you reviewed, whenever Mollie would go on this particular route, how many miles would she run round trip?
I believe it was about 6 miles.
Okay. It was basically an out and back run, would you agree?
With a little bit of loop through the town, yes.
Okay. And based upon the information that we see here, would those historical routes overlap with these particular arcs that we see in Exhibit 89?
Yes.
All right, let's go to Exhibit 90. Can you please describe State's Exhibit 90?
So this is just taking the red arrow indicates a previous run that Mollie had been on, and if we followed that particular route, essentially with the timing advance that we see here, the per call measurement data, we were able to determine that she was probably running about a 10-minute mile. In fact, was running perhaps the same exact route that she had run before.
All right. And just to make sure we understand that, whenever somebody is using their cell phone, the cell phone is on, does it constantly communicate with the nearest tower?
What was happening here is that Mollie, because she was running the Fitbit, the Fitbit was actually receiving some information from this particular run, but not enough data to tell us really anything that had been going on. So that occurs through what's known as a data session. So a data session, all we can tell is that the phone is communicating with the network, which is why we have these arcs. And we don't know the content, though, of what's happening. We don't know whom the phone is communicating with. We just know it's going over the data side of the network. So your phone is broken up really into three parts. You have voice calls, you have text messages, and then you have data sessions. The data sessions are essentially the smart side of your cell phone, Google, Facebook, things like that.
All right, and you indicated earlier that the route that we have here between 8:15 and 8:28 would be consistent with a 10-minute mile running pace. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
is that based upon the information that you received when the phone communicated with the tower?
Yes.
All right, and you have a calculation, I assume, that you used to arrive at that. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Without getting into the details of what the calculation are, it comes to about a 10-minute mile running pace.
That's correct.
All right, and is that an estimate?
It would be, yes.
Okay. All right, at some point after what we see here on Exhibit 90 and 8:28 p.m., were you able to determine if Mollie Tibbetts' phone again communicated with the tower that we saw or any other tower in Poweshiek County?
Yes. After 8:28 p.m., we see the cell phone depart essentially from this tower. It is now much farther south. I believe it's about 4, almost 5 miles away. And it is, the arcs are, actually they are coming from this tower, but on the southern side of the tower. So the sector 2 of that tower is measuring the phone traveling away from this scene.
All right, and in analyzing that data, are you able to come up with any estimation as to speed of travel of the cell phone?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe there was varying rates of speeds. We had a number of hits that started at, I believe it was 8:35 all the way up to 8:53 p.m. As those arcs progressed, the speed, I believe, was around 60 miles an hour. And then at one point it slowed down. And when it slowed down, the arcs also slowed down. The arcs basically compressed into one area. They more or less banded in that one area up until 8:53, and then there was nothing else after that.
So is it accurate to say that after 8:28 p.m., Mollie's phone was traveling at over 60 miles per hour,
That's correct.
headed in a southerly direction?
That's correct.
Are you able to pinpoint exactly where that phone would have been located when it was traveling at that speed and in that direction?
Not exactly, but when the phone slowed down, there were measurements off of several towers, and what we obtain from those types of measurements when they're coming from two different locations is oftentimes these arcs will intersect. They form an actual X on the map, and we've been extremely lucky finding people, things, evidence, whatnot, whenever we have that, because it's usually a very good indicator of where the device is or where the person is. That particular area where those intersecting arcs became now our search area.
Okay. And were you able to develop a visual for law enforcement that was working this case for the area where they should search based upon the cell information that you were provided?
I did, yes.
And were you also able to provide a visual for law enforcement concerning where or what area near Brooklyn that Mollie Tibbetts would have been abducted?
I did, yes.
All right, we're going to move to State's Exhibit 91.
Mr. Brown, let me jump in here.
Sure.
And indicate we need to break for lunch. Members of the jury, We'll be in recess till 1:15. Please leave your notebooks where they are. And I want to remind you on your admonition, please do not be discussing the case with anyone. Make sure you're not doing any type of independent research or having any type of media exposure. The hall has been cleared and you're free to go. And sir, you may step down. recess. We're in the presence of the jury. The defendant and attorneys of record are present. Sir, I want to remind you you're still under oath. Mr. Brown, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you. Agent Haran, prior to the lunch break, we were going to discuss two areas of significance that you were able to determine by utilizing the phone records of the number associated with Mollie Tibbetts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. In general, what two areas were you able to focus local law enforcement on in the search for Mollie Tibbetts?
The area to the north of this map here, which is labeled as box 1, that would be what we considered to be the abduction area, based upon the fact that Mollie's phone was appeared to be on the same route that she had run before, and also appeared to be moving at a pace that would be consistent with a runner. And then also box 2, which is where the phone ended up, from where it was up at box 1 to where it ended up at box 2. That box is considerably larger based upon the per call measurement data that we had.
Sorry, the what measurement?
The per call measurement data. So those were two areas that we directed the law enforcement team to concentrate on for evidence.
And just as you start testifying, we get hammering. So,
I hear that, yes.
it's okay. We'll break this apart a bit. Okay, make sure everybody understands it. If we could go back to the previous slide, State's Exhibit 90. So this area that we see here on Exhibit 90 with the directionality of Mollie Tibbetts' run, is that included in what you have identified in State's Exhibit 91 as the abduction area?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the purpose in focusing in on that area? Why would law enforcement need that type of information?
Well, obviously we were trying to determine what happened to Mollie, where she was. If this is where she was confronted by somebody or left this area at a rapid pace, maybe in a vehicle, then it's quite possible that there would be some pieces of evidence perhaps out on that road. Shoes, clothing, a watch, a cell phone, anything like that.
Okay, then we'll go back to Exhibit 91. Just to be clear, the area that we saw on the previous Exhibit 90, that's the smaller area on the top of this exhibit that represents the area that
That's
we
correct.
just looked at, right?
Yes.
All right. Whenever you say that shortly after 8:28, Mollie Tibbetts' phone headed in a southerly direction, can you be more specific as to what road that it was located on?
Yes, I actually had been out there. I had done some network testing while I was out there, so I got a chance to actually ride on these roads and see where that road that Mollie was on would lead to, and how could you go from that road to this area directly south in the time that it took based upon the data that we had. And essentially where Mollie would normally turn around on her run, that road, there's an intersection there. If you took that road due south, it crosses under the highway, under the interstate. My understanding is that's the only road in the area that does that. Everything else basically dead ends into the interstate.
Okay, let me stop you there for just a second. Let's go back to 90 one more time. All right, so what we're seeing here on Exhibit 90, the road that you're referring to, the intersection that would head, the road that heads due south, is it just to the right of the red arrow?
Yes, you can barely see it, but there's basically a white X where the roads are intersecting.
Okay. And then back to 91. That road goes south into this second box 2 area that we see on Exhibit 91. Would that be true?
That's correct.
All right. So at what point on this map or approximate area were you able to make the calculation that Mollie Tibbetts was traveling at almost 70 miles an hour?
The last per call measurement hit up on the road where she was abducted from was at 8:28. The next one after that, I believe, was at 8:35, and it was much farther south on the south side of the tower that services the Brooklyn, Iowa area. Based upon distance, so we have the measurement from one spot to the other, you're basically doing a calculation with time, distance, measurement. You're going to get the overall average speed of whatever she was in.
Okay, which would have been somewhere between 60 and 70 miles per hour.
That's correct.
There were multiple points between that 828 spot that we see in the previous exhibit and this area that's represented as box 2 that you were able to make calculations. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And is it accurate to say that she was traveling somewhere between 60 and 70 miles per hour in that particular area?
My recollection, it was in the low 60 range, and then it actually slowed down. So as the bands started to compress more, the vehicle or the average speed of travel was slowing, and that's consistent with as the per call measurement bands started to come together. It meant that the phone was slowing down as well.
All right. Did you personally go out to the area that's represented here on box 2?
Yes.
You obviously would not have searched this entire area, correct? Yourself?
No.
All right.
No.
Yeah, it's. I mean, there's a representation on Exhibit 91 as to what the is it square miles that this area represents?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's 17.4 miles is the area, and then the perimeter is 20.2 miles.
Okay. And
The perimeter is 20.2 miles.
whenever you say the perimeter is 20.2 miles, what are you referring to?
That's the outer edges of the box.
Okay. And the area of the box would be the 17.4 miles.
Right.
How would you characterize this particular area of Poweshiek County near and south of Guernsey?
Like most of the area around Brooklyn, it's almost all cornfields, farmland, very rural, very flat. Although my recollection of the corn at this time of the year was some of the largest corn I've ever seen in my life, like 10 feet high. It was huge.
And do you remember the road, was it 200th Avenue that you would have traveled south on?
I believe so.
To your knowledge, Agent Haran, did law enforcement investigating this case utilize your information and begin focusing its search on the area that's represented here as Box 2?
They did. Initially, when I had gotten there, the focus was more in the town of Brooklyn, in and around Brooklyn. They weren't sure where Mollie had been abducted, if she was abducted. So this really solidified that. We now had a spot where we believe she was taken from, and we also now had a spot where we knew her phone was, which was radically different than being up in the Brooklyn area. So it really did change things for the investigation.
All right. At some point, does Mollie Tibbetts' phone stop transmitting signal?
It does.
What causes that to happen?
There's a number of things, but essentially anything that interrupts your phone's ability to communicate with the network. So you could destroy it, you could power it off, you could pull the battery, or if you're just let's say in a tunnel or in something where you have no more service for the phone.
Okay. If the battery would go dead on the phone, would that stop it from transmitting to any particular tower in the area?
It would, yes.
And all of the information that you've testified here to today, did you provide that to law enforcement in an effort to locate the phone of Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes, it did.
And also to help potentially locate Mollie Tibbetts herself?
Yes.
her end. That's all the questions I have. Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Defense may cross-examine.
The Fitbit app on an iPhone records data over and above just a running route, correct?
It does, yes.
It can also record things like heart rate.
Yes.
Were you able to retrieve anything relative to heart rate on this Fitbit app?
There were discussions reference a heart rate. I was not part of that, so I don't know what the actual results were. But I know that there was somebody had spoken with someone at Fitbit that had information regarding a heart rate.
And your training and experience tell you that heart rate's relevant because you can kind of tell us time of death, right?
I've worked a case in the past where a Fitbit would absolutely show that when it stops, it coincided when somebody had passed away.
Very well. And your involvement in this case was strictly limited to Mollie Tibbetts' phone, right?
My involvement, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Other members of your team relieved you here in Poweshiek County, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
All right, and how many days were you on the ground in Brooklyn assisting?
About 7 days.
And then somebody from CAST came in and relieved you?
Yes, we had another agent in my unit respond out here as well.
Okay, that's all.
Anything else?
Your Honor.
Sir, thank you for being here. You're excused.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
Our next witness is Dr. Dennis Klein.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. It'll be just a minute for anyone. We won't take a formal break, but if anyone would like to get up and stretch, feel free to do so. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, could you head right over there and be seated, please?
This way.
Okay.
You can proceed when you're ready, Mr. Brown.
Dr. Klein, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Dennis Klein, K-L-E-I-N.
And how are you employed?
I'm the state medical examiner.
And can you tell the jury just briefly what the duties of the state medical examiner are?
Yes, one of my duties is to administer the state medical examiner's office, which provides oversight and guidance to the county medical examiners. And we also provide autopsy service for about 80% of the state.
What's your educational background?
I graduated Bowdoin College with a Bachelor of Arts degree in chemistry, graduated from the University of Vermont College of Medicine, received the MD degree, and then did a 1 year of internal medicine internship, and then did anatomical and clinical pathology residencies, and then a fellowship in forensic pathology.
Okay. You have in front of you a curriculum vitae, which is, what's that number? Which is State's Exhibit 92. It's already been admitted, but what is State's Exhibit 92?
This is my curriculum vitae, or a resume of my educational and occupational background.
Okay. It summarizes your background and history.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Dr. Klein, part of the duties of the medical examiner, maybe one of the chief duties of the medical examiner, is to perform a forensic autopsy. Is that true?
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury, describe for them, and define what is the purpose of a forensic autopsy?
The purpose of a forensic autopsy is to document medical findings, collect evidence, and provide information that determines cause and manner of death for deaths that occur under medical examiner jurisdiction. So any case that would be of interest to the state would be of interest to the medical examiner.
And how many forensic autopsies does your office perform each year?
It's been increasing. Last year we performed 1,200 autopsies.
And are there other forensic pathologists that work in your office
Yes.
that do the same thing you do when it comes to performing a forensic autopsy?
Yes, they do.
How many other forensic pathologists are there?
There are 3 other full-time, and we have 4 part-time forensic pathologists.
Your office is pretty busy. Would that be true?
Yes.
All right. What is the chief goal of any forensic autopsy?
The primary goal is to answer key questions. First of all, identifying who the person is who died, and then determine a cause and manner of death.
And define for the jury what you mean by cause of death.
Cause of death is the etiology, so the medical condition, poisoning, injury, or abnormality that ultimately led to that person's death.
All right. And then can you define for the jury, please, what you mean by manner of death?
Manner of death is a vital statistics determination. All deaths in Iowa are categorized into one of 5 categories, and those categories include natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined.
Whenever you rule a particular manner of death as a homicide, what do you mean by that?
The definition for homicide for vital statistic purposes and a medical examiner is when death occurs at the hands of another person.
All right, Dr. Klein, excuse me. When did you first become involved in the recovery or autopsy of a person later identified as Mollie Tibbetts?
I was first informed by a telephone call from the county medical examiner, Dr. Paulson in Poweshiek County. And then I actually, my first encounter was on August 21st when I went out to the cornfield, the scene where the body that was ultimately identified as Mollie Tibbetts was found.
Okay. So you and a team from your office went to the location where she was located?
That's correct.
All right, and that would have been in a cornfield near the town of Guernsey?
That's correct.
Whenever you arrived at that area, were you shown to the location where the body had been located?
Yes.
And what were your initial observations?
The initial observation was there were human remains in a state of decomposition that were mostly covered by corn stalks.
Okay. To your knowledge, had any of the corn stalks been removed from the body?
Not to my knowledge at that time.
There's commonly you come across a group, a crime scene team assigned by the Division of Criminal Investigation.
Yes.
Were any personnel from DCI there that were assigned as crime scene technicians?
Yes.
Was that Amy Johnson?
Yes, it was.
And Jonna Berry?
Yes.
Did you and your team then recover the remains that were underneath the corn stalks?
Yes.
And how is it that you go about doing that with a body that's in the state of decomposition that we've seen here last week?
Yeah, so we document with photographs in a layer-wise fashion. So we take pictures of with the vegetation, corn stalks on the body. We carefully remove that vegetation, take additional photographs, observe the body, And then using multi-hands with my team, we lift the body up and carefully place it into a body bag. And then we photograph and examine the area where the body was to see if there were any other pieces of evidence or body parts that we would need to recover.
So whenever you lifted the body, later identified as Mollie Tibbetts, up and put her into the body bag, was there anything of significance underneath her that you observed?
The thing that we saw was just the outline of her body, and it was clear that the body had been decomposing in that area for some time.
Okay, nothing else of any significance?
Correct.
All right. Explain, if you would, Dr. Klein, what causes a body to decompose at any certain rate, either faster or slower? Can you help explain that, please?
Yeah, so the body decomposes in a couple of different ways. There are parts of the own body that starts to decompose or autolyze, meaning self-digest. And then bacteria and then eventually insects start breaking down the body. All these processes act more quickly the warmer and more humid the environment is. So in a very hot, humid environment such as July in Iowa, that would be a rapid acceleration of decomposition as opposed to in the wintertime in Iowa.
So whenever you were shown to the location of the body, how would you describe the weather conditions that you were dealing with?
They were hot and humid.
Okay. When you go into corn, it gets even worse, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Humidity goes up,
Yes.
and the moisture in the field, was it muddy?
Yes, it was.
Had it rained recently or appeared to have rained recently?
Yes, it was very muddy.
Are those all factors that accelerate the decomposition of a body?
Yes.
Where did you take the body that was later identified as Mollie Tibbetts?
So the body was then brought to the state medical examiner's office, which is the state morgue, which is located in Ankeny, Iowa, which is located about 15 minutes north of Des Moines.
One other thing I want to touch base on, we'll get into the autopsy at your office, but does the decomposition process destroy the fingerprints or other identifying characteristics of a body?
It can.
Okay, and what about the blood that's in the body? What happens to blood in the body when it decomposes?
Blood starts to disappear, and even after a few days, sometimes it can be difficult getting any blood. And then by the time that a body is in a moderate to advanced stage of decomposition, there's no blood left for analysis.
Okay, and how would you characterize the state of decomposition for Mollie Tibbetts?
I would categorize her as a moderate to severe decomposition with skeletonization, meaning parts of bone were starting to show through.
And later at autopsy, were you able to recover any blood from her body that was useful to you in your analysis?
No.
Once you got Mollie Tibbetts back to the medical examiner's office, were you able to perform a forensic autopsy?
Yes.
And when did that take place?
So that was the following day on August 22nd.
And tell us where it would have occurred.
It would have been in the morgue in Ankeny, Iowa.
Is this your office?
Yes.
Or at least associated with your office, correct?
Yes.
And as part of the autopsy process, did you obtain the assistance of any other persons?
Yes, I had the assistance of technicians who helped me with the examination. And then we also called upon experts from the DCI crime lab to help with specialty items such as trying to obtain fingerprints using specialty techniques, as well as advice on where to collect DNA samples.
Right. And in the fingerprint process, were you able to obtain any usable fingerprints from the body of Mollie Tibbetts?
We tried using a technique called microsil with the assistance, but I wasn't able to obtain any useful fingerprints.
Describe for the jury how you began the autopsy. Well, let me back up. Total time from the time that you began with Mollie Tibbetts at the beginning of the autopsy until you were finished. How long does that process take?
In this particular case, it was done in various stages. So the first stage was about 2.5 to 3 hours. But then because we need to examine the bones and have an expert in bone forensic analysis or an anthropologist, certain steps had to be taken which take days to occur. So there were multiple stages of analysis, but that initial examination was about 3 hours.
And is that pretty standard for any autopsy?
Yes.
So who was the forensic anthropologist that you utilized in this case?
Yes, this was Dr. Heather Garvin.
And is she associated with any university in or around Des Moines?
Yes, with Des Moines University.
Is Dr. Garvin somebody that you've worked with on previous cases?
Yes.
All right, tell the jury how you began the autopsy of Mollie Tibbetts.
So we followed the process of documenting findings, and that includes taking photographs, taking notes, and observing. Once the initial step is done, we take x-rays. The purpose of that is to see if there are any bullets or other retained fragments that might help explain death. Then we remove clothing and observe that clothing, which we did have findings on the clothing that helped further the examination. And then we'll sometimes clean the body in certain areas and observe and try to identify injuries on the external part of the body. So that would be the skin in various areas of the body, looking for injuries and interpreting those findings that would help in determining cause and manner of death.
All right, this is all external, is that correct?
Yes.
Then typically in any autopsy you would perform an internal examination.
That's correct.
Given the state of decomposition of Mollie Tibbetts, were you able to do any type of internal examination?
We certainly did open the skin in a way that we normally would, but due to the extent of the decomposition, most all the organs except for the right kidney were not identifiable and were completely decomposed.
All right, you mentioned that you x-ray the body before, or it's one of the first things that you do, is that correct?
Yes.
Just in summary, what would the x-rays have revealed to you concerning the body of Mollie Tibbetts?
The first thing that we're looking for is bullets or any other type of retained weaponry. So a tip of a knife sometimes can get caught up in a bone. And then we're also looking for any other identifying features. Sometimes people have hip replacements or other orthopedic metal that will help us in identifying someone who's died and is decomposed.
Were you able to observe anything of significance with regard to the injuries to Mollie Tibbetts from x-rays?
No.
Okay, we'll talk about clothing in here in just a second, but what I want to do, Dr. Klein, is essentially go head to toe with your autopsy findings. Is that acceptable to you?
Yes.
All right, so let's go with the first photo, which has already been admitted. I believe this is 53, is that right? Okay, State's Exhibit 53 is on the screen. What are we looking at here?
So this is before the body is cleaned, and this you can see that the skin is darkened and leatherized. This is from decomposition. You can see that there's the letter H, and then I've placed in this photo a yellow arrow that indicates a defect in the skin. It has smooth margins. This would be consistent with a sharp force injury or a stab wound of the left cheek.
And the yellow arrow that's pointing, it appears to be a hole just below the left ear. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And just to make sure we're oriented correctly, I've identified the left ear. Is that on the right side of this photo?
That's on the right. The left ear is on the right side of the photo.
Try not to confuse it. I will. And then the top of the head would be to the top of the photo?
That's correct.
Okay. Anything else of significance on Exhibit 53?
No, the only thing, just so that for clarity's sake, in the ear you'll see that hole. Because of the decomposition and drying artifact, that's the ear canal. That's not another wound.
Okay. Other than the wound that we see here in Exhibit 53, were there other identifiable wounds on the head of Mollie Tibbetts?
Not on this photo.
Okay. We're going to move, well, before we move to the next exhibit, were you able to utilize photos that were taken by the forensic anthropologist, Dr., I don't know if we identify her, Dr. Garvin, in assisting you in coming to your conclusions in this case?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54 and 55. Do you see those pictures?
Yes.
On the left side of the screen is Exhibit number 54. What are we looking at here?
Okay, so as I mentioned before, there's different stages and processes. So this is in the process where all the soft tissue has been removed from the skull. So we're looking at just the bone. And in the photo to the left, which is marked as DSC 1930, this is the right side of the skull, and just above and forward of the ear canal and behind the ear socket is a defect. It's an oblique oblong defect, and a close-up of that defect is seen in the photo just to the right, DSC 2035.
Actually, if you could, for purposes of the record, if you could use the exhibit numbers that are there, is that okay?
I apologize, yes.
That's okay. Go ahead.
So Exhibit 55, this would be the close-up of that defect on the right side of the skull. And the features that are important to notice is that there's a pointy end towards the top and a slightly squared off component on the bottom. This is consistent with a knife that would have a blunt end and a sharp end, or what we call a single-edged blade.
Okay. Can you make any determination whether or not this single-edged blade that caused this wound would have penetrated through the skull?
So not shown in this photograph, but by observing the skull, we see that this wound goes all the way through the skull.
Okay. And is this the skin that we saw that was covering this area in State's Exhibit 53 before it was cleaned up? Is this the same area?
No, this is a different area, opposite side of the skull.
Gotcha. So just to be clear, were there two areas of injury on the skull?
Yes.
All right. One on the left,
Correct.
and then a penetrating wound on the right.
Correct.
Okay, let's go back. I just want to make sure we're clear to the previous picture. This particular exhibit, number 53, do you have any opinion as to what would cause this injury here?
This would have been a sharp force injury, so a knife could have caused this.
And did the knife, would it have penetrated the skull that we see here in Exhibit 53?
No.
Okay, so left side, it does not penetrate, correct?
Correct.
This would be associated more with her cheek?
Yes.
And the right side is a penetrating sharp force wound through the skull.
That's correct.
All right. Let's go back to the next slide. There we go. 54 and 55. Anything else of any significance that assisted you in arriving at the cause and manner of death in State's Exhibit 54 or 55?
No, we've covered it.
All right. Hang on just a second. In examining the body of Mollie Tibbetts at autopsy, moving to the neck area, were you able to observe any injuries to the neck area that were of significance to you?
So during the initial part of the examination, all the soft tissue was absent due to decomposition. It was only after processing the bones and observation by the forensic anthropologist, Dr. Garvin, that additional sharp force defects were identified in the what are called the cervical vertebra, or the bones that stack up on one another, forming the neck bones.
And let's go to the next slide. So on the screen here, Dr. Klein, are exhibits 56 and 57. Do you see those?
Yes.
Do both of these photos represent the bones in the neck area after they had been cleaned?
That's correct.
All right. Let's go with State's Exhibit 56 first. Can you please describe for the jury what we're seeing in this particular photo?
Yes, so you can see that they're labeled C4 and C5. Those stand for cervical vertebra 4 and cervical vertebra 5. The way the vertebra or the neck bones are numbered is 1 is right beneath the skull and actually supports the skull, and it goes all the way to 7, which is right about the area where your collarbones are. So about midway in the neck, this is the exhibit 56 shows the left side of the neck, and you can see that there are defects indicated by the yellow arrow, and both C4 and C5 show this linear mark, which is from a sharp force instrument like a knife. And then in exhibit 57, we see the right side of the neck bones, and you can see that there's a defect indicated by the yellow arrow. One point of note is that a blood vessel called the vertebral artery does travel through. Travels through. The name of the blood vessel? Oh, the vertebral artery. The vertebral artery, which is, there's 4 major blood vessels that are in the neck. One of those 4 runs through that opening right next to that yellow arrow in exhibit 57.
Do you have any opinion as to whether or not the wounds that we see here in State's Exhibit 56 and 57 would be consistent with any type of slashing or stabbing motion of a knife?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That they are consistent with a sharp force injury, could be from stabbing or a large slash or incised wound.
Okay. So just to make sure we're oriented correctly with regard to these 2 bones, one is on the left and one is on the right side of the neck, correct?
Correct.
All right. Are there major blood vessels in the neck that would be near where these sharp force injuries are located on the vertebrae C4 and C5?
Yes.
And what are those?
So depending on the angle that the knife entered the neck, there are the jugular vein, the carotid arteries, and then, as we discussed in Exhibit 57, the vertebral artery.
With regard to the injuries that we've observed so far in the skull, as well as the 2 injuries that we see here in the vertebrae, is there any way that you can quantify the amount of force that would be necessary to cause the types of injuries that you observed?
I can't give you a metric like foot-pounds, but I can tell you that the order in which the amount of force needed depends on how sharp the blade is and then the tissue that it's going through. So bone offers the most amount of resistance. Cartilage, like the material inside your ear, would offer the next. And then the third would be skin. So if you use general types of common household experiences with trimming any types of meat products, you would understand that it would take a little bit more force than cutting through a steak, but probably not that much more.
All right, anything else of significance that was relevant to your determination as to cause and manner of death with States 56 or 57?
No.
All right, let's move down. You had mentioned before the clothing that was associated with Mollie Tibbetts, is that right?
Yes.
All right, so talk to us a bit about that. Whenever you recovered her body in the cornfield, was there any article of clothing that was still on her?
Yes.
And what was that?
So there was a sports bra that was rolled up and above the normally worn area and up closer to the neck area. And then there was socks and then 2 running shoes.
Okay. Any shorts or underwear?
No.
Any headband or anything of that nature?
No.
Okay. Just lost our photo. Okay, let's move to the next exhibit. On the screen here is exhibit number 58, which has been admitted. What is this?
So this is the sports bra that we removed from the body. This would be the front of the bra, and you can see a yellow arrow pointing to what looks like a white little oblong-shaped area. What we've done here is we took a piece of white paper, put it behind the cloth so you can actually see that outline, and this is a sharp force defect. Similar to what we saw in the right side of the skull, you can see that there's a blunted end towards the left of the photograph, and it becomes sharp and pointy as it goes more towards the right side of the photograph.
And what would this particular defect in the front of the sports bra be consistent with?
This would be consistent with a stab wound going through the bra and into the body.
Okay. There does not appear to be a lot of blood on the bra, that at least visible to the naked eye. Would you agree?
That's correct.
Do you have an explanation for that?
Some of it may start to decompose, and it's also the color may also be hard. Perhaps with chemical analysis there could be, but it's certainly not visibly present. I agree.
Okay. All right. Any other defects like the one we see here in Exhibit 58 to the front of the sports bra?
Not to the front.
Okay. We'll move to State's Exhibit 59. What are we seeing here in State's Exhibit 59?
So this is the back side of the bra. This would be on the left side and left back side of the bra. And what I've done is I've taken white triangle pieces of paper and placed them on the bra where there are these defects. Again, these are all sharp force defects of the left side and left back side of the bra.
Are these sharp force defects similar to the same defect that you observed on the front side of the sports bra?
Yes.
All right. And do each of these defects that we see here in Exhibit 59, do they penetrate all the way through the fabric?
Yes.
Does there appear to be much blood that's associated with those particular defects?
No.
Same explanation as before?
Yes.
Okay. And how many different ones do we see?
So there were 5 on the left and left back side and 1 on the right front.
Okay. Anything else of significance here in Exhibit 59 that assisted you in the cause and manner of death determination?
No.
All right, we're going to move to State's Exhibit 60. What is State's Exhibit 60?
So this is the torso or the front chest, abdomen, and upper pelvic area of the body. What you see is a decomposition effect, so the skin is leatherized, yellow, and dark. What are apparent here, you can see small little labels. We do have some subsequent photographs that will look at those closer, but this gives you an idea of the distribution of defects, sharp force defects, stab wounds of both the right chest and abdominal area and left chest and abdominal area.
So I know it's hard to tell is this the front or back side of Mollie Tibbetts?
This would be the front side.
Okay. And at the top of the photo, would that be her neck area?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, let's look at the next photos that are a little bit closer. States Exhibit 61 and 62 are on the screen. Let's take 61 first. What are we looking at in that area?
So States Exhibit 61, there's a blue arrow which shows a blow-up closer view of the one of the wounds that's indicated by a yellow arrow in States Exhibit 62. The features to focus on here are that the edges are smooth, which are characteristic of a sharp force injury or stab wound. This would have been in the chest area and would have likely gone through the chest and likely injured internal organs.
There is one, oh, sure, you got it. The wound that we see in States Exhibit 61, is it a close-up actually of wounds that we see in 62, or are there 3 different wounds?
There's a total of 2 wounds that we see. The wound in Exhibit 61 is a blow-up of that wound at the base of the arrow, of the blue arrow.
Okay. Anything else here of significance in States Exhibit 61 or 62?
No.
Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and move. States Exhibit 63, 64, and 65 are all on the screen. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are those photos all associated with, in terms of what injuries you observed at autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, can you please just describe what you observed here in States Exhibit 63?
So in Exhibit 63, you can see that there's labels D, E, and F, and these are on the left side of the front chest. And then Exhibit 64 is a close-up view of wound E. Again, this has sharp margins. This would be a stab wound. And then E is in Exhibit 65, again showing smooth margins, and this wound penetrates all the way through the skin and underlying tissue.
Hang on just a second. Okay. Just want to make sure we're clear for the record. States Exhibit 64, you have your label D in the photo, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then States Exhibit 65, you have your label E.
That's correct.
And both of those photos represent 2 different types of sharp force injuries that you observed.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have anything else of significance on the 3 photos that we have on the screen at the moment?
No.
Okay, we'll move to the next. On the screen now are States Exhibit 66, 67, and 68. Do you see those?
Yes.
And these are what part of the body of Mollie Tibbetts?
Right, so the previous series we were looking at the left side of the front of the body. Now we're looking at the right side of the body, and we're looking at what I labeled 3 different stab wounds, A, B, and C. And those are depicted in aggregate in Exhibit 66. And then in Exhibit 67, there's a close-up of A, and again you can see the smooth edge demonstrating that this is a sharp force or stab wound. And then in Exhibit 68, again we see smooth edges, and that would be with depicting the stab wound B.
So just to be clear, States Exhibit 66 that's on the left side of the screen has 3 white labels.
Correct.
All of those are separate stab wounds?
Yes.
Okay, and then the close-ups that we have on it, like on Exhibit 67 is A.
Correct.
All right, and then 68 is your B, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Would those wounds have been caused, like the other wounds, by some type of knife or other sharp force object?
Yes.
Okay. And do they penetrate all the way through the skin into the body cavity?
Yes.
Go back. So, Dr. Klein, we've looked at a constellation of injuries with regard to Mollie Tibbetts, and the constellation of injuries I'm referring to is on her chest. You would agree?
Yes.
Would vital organs have been affected by the object that would have caused the wounds that we've seen in these photos on the screen, 66 through 68 in the previous photos?
Yes.
Can you describe that for us, please?
The area in the body would be consistent with the chest and upper abdomen, and those areas contain vital organs, including the lungs.
And the heart?
Could be, yes.
Okay. Anything else of significance on 66, 67, or 68 that assisted you in forming your opinions?
No.
All right, we'll move to the next set of photos. On the screen now is exhibit 69, 70, and 71. Do you see that?
Yes.
These photos were actually taken after the assistance with Dr. Garvin, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Were they of assistance to you, though, in determining your cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Let's take 69 first. It's on the top left of the screen. Do you see that?
Yes.
Tell the jury what we're looking at in exhibit 69.
So you can see the label R6. This stands for right sixth ribs. So each of the ribs are named by a number starting with 1 near the collarbone all the way down to the lower portion of the chest. And then they're just given left and right designations. So right sixth rib would be about halfway between the collarbone and the bottom of your rib cage. On the top of that rib, about mid portion on the front, slightly side area of the rib, on the top of that rib were defects that you can see in exhibit 70, and this is just a close-up view, and you can see there's little cut marks, or sometimes they'll refer to as kerfs, that this would be consistent with a sharp instrument that's inserted through the soft tissue, the skin and the soft tissue of the chest, going in between the ribs, and the sharp portion is cutting on the top of the sixth rib.
Okay. On State's Exhibit 70, we see 2 marks in the middle, or just above the middle of the photo. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that represent 2 separate stab wounds, or could that be caused from one insertion of the sharp force, like a knife?
Right. So technically there are 2 defects. The most likely is that the one stab wound into the chest and then a person moves, or the knife is moved between when it's inserted and removed, is the most likely explanation.
And then Exhibit 71 shows the same area, just a bit closer.
This would be of the left rib.
I'm sorry.
So same scenario. This is the top of the left rib. So instead of having those defined kerf marks, you can see it's almost like a scrape along the surface of the rib. And this would also be in an area consistent with some of the stab wounds that we had previously described on the left side of the torso.
Okay. These would be associated, at least in the general area where we would have seen the same sharp force defects on the jogging bra.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else of significance on 69, 70, or 71?
No.
All right, we'll move to the next set of pictures. State's Exhibit 72 and 73 are on the screen. Can you please describe for us what is Exhibit 72?
Yes, so State's Exhibit 72 shows a close-up view of the left rib. And so this would be the outside of the rib, so not the part of the rib that's against the lung, but closer to the outside chest wall. And I've put a yellow triangle indicating where the defect is. And so this is likely caused by the tip of a knife or sharp instrument hitting that outside part of the rib, and then the knife tip scrapes along as it moves from that most tip to the tip, which is to the most left part of the photograph, and as it moves towards the right and then slightly downward.
Okay. So would it, in maybe simple terms, would it be the knife striking the bone directly?
That's correct, because the rib is going to provide a significant amount of resistance compared to the soft tissue. So the tip of the knife is going to be stopped by the rib, and then movement either of the knife or the person moving, that tip is going to slide along the surface of the rib.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 73 is what do we see here?
So this is so we've talked about the 6th, 7th, and now this is the 8th rib. So this is the most further down rib on the left side, and you can see that there are again these defects that are consistent with sharp force defects. This would be on the top left 8th rib. So a knife would be going between the ribs through the muscles and connective tissue, and then the sharp portion of that knife is cutting on the top portion of the rib.
And the injuries that we see in 72 and 73 are separate injuries. Would that be true?
Correct. 2 different ribs, 2 different wounds.
Right. Before we move on to the next photo, Dr. Klein, have we covered completely the injuries that you would have observed to the torso of Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes.
All right. Did you also perform any type of examination of her hands looking for injuries?
Yes.
And were you able to find anything of any significance?
Yes.
Okay, we'll move to State's Exhibit 74. What is State's Exhibit 74? What is this a photo of?
So this is the back of the right hand. There's a large defect from the knuckles over the major portion of the back of the hand. In Exhibit 74, where you see the yellow arrow, there is a defect that, in contrast to the irregular, jagged component of the rest of the defects, which are from decomposition, there could have been injury, I can't tell, but there is this injury at the base of the thumb near the wrist, indicated by the yellow arrow that has that smooth margins, and this is suggestive of another sharp force injury, an incised or cut wound on the back of the hand.
All right. And in the process of your autopsy of Mollie Tibbetts, were you, you may have already described this, but were you able to find any other similar type of wounds to the hand?
This was the only one.
Okay. And does the decomposition process affects that? Would that be true?
Yes.
Okay. Concerning the injuries to Mollie Tibbetts, were there any other injuries that we haven't discussed that you observed on her body?
No, this includes everything.
All right. I want to talk about one other thing. The lower abdomen and genitalia of Mollie Tibbetts, how would you characterize the state of decomposition of that part of her body?
Severe.
All right. Did you make any attempts to take swabs from that area of the body?
Yes.
Were you successful?
Not of the pelvic region itself, but as close as we could. So along the inner thighs, there was some remnant skin that we did swab.
And that would have been submitted to the DCI laboratory for analysis?
Yes.
Right. But there was nothing that you could take swabs from or samples from related to the genitalia of Mollie Tibbetts?
That's correct.
It was essentially gone.
Correct.
All right. Any other bodily fluid that you were able to take for later toxicology testing?
There was no liquids. We had to rely on skeletal muscle for analysis.
And did you submit that for a toxicology analysis?
Yes.
Anything of significance to cause and manner of death that came back on toxicology?
The toxicology report was negative.
All right, and just, you and I know what we're talking about, but can you just describe what that is whenever we talk about a toxicology of any particular person?
So as part of a standard forensic autopsy, toxicology testing, typically that's done on blood, and there's a panel of various drugs that are tested for, and there's a certain cutoff value that the lab is able to determine whether a person may have been affected by those drugs or not. If there's no blood, you can rely on other solid organ samples. The only organ we really had left was actually not an organ, but the muscle, the skeletal muscle. So if there were significant amounts of various drugs or alcohol, that would appear in this toxicology testing. It was negative.
So all negative for alcohol or drugs?
Correct.
Based upon your training and experience, the results of your autopsy, do you have an opinion as to the cause of death of Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes.
And what is that?
Multiple sharp force injuries.
And based upon your training and experience and the results of your autopsy, do you have an opinion as to the manner of death of Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes.
What is that?
Homicide.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Defense may cross-examine.
Dr. Klein, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Klein, in the course of your forensic autopsy of Mollie Tibbetts, did you take her fingernails?
Yes.
Why?
That's part of our standard protocol for any suspected homicide case.
And why is that part of your protocol?
Sometimes the crime laboratory can do analysis on those fingernails looking for assailant DNA.
Sure. And especially in this case, I think we saw the photo of Ms. Tibbetts' hand. There was an injury to the back of the hand, which would indicate that perhaps a defensive wound was found, right?
Correct.
So that makes the fingernails doubly important, correct?
It would be important, yes.
Ms. Tibbetts was said to be about 5'2" or 5'3". Was that consistent with your findings?
Yes.
Now, the weapon that was used to cause Ms. Tibbetts' death, could you tell if it was the same weapon throughout, or could there be multiple weapons?
All the weapons are consistent with one another, and they would all be consistent with the same weapon, but I'm not able to exclude more than one weapon.
Okay. And the wounds that you saw to Ms. Tibbetts' body, first of all, based upon the wound that penetrated the skull, that's going to take a fairly significant knife, isn't it?
Yes, it would take a knife that was strong enough to go through bone, which would offer the most resistance of anywhere in the body.
Okay. And are you able to give an opinion as to how much force it takes to penetrate a skull?
I don't have an exact, any type of metric, whether that be foot-pounds. I think we would have to rely on our general common knowledge with cooking and those types of things. Obviously, the sharper the tip of the blade, the easier and less force would be needed.
The wounds to Ms. Tibbetts' head, we had wounds on both sides of the head, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell the vantage point of the assailant from where the wounds were located?
No.
So you couldn't tell if the assailant was standing in front of or behind Ms. Tibbetts?
That's correct.
You couldn't tell if the assailant was standing over Ms. Tibbetts?
Correct.
The wound to the skull, the one that penetrated the skull, was that wound in and of itself fatal?
It could have been, yes.
The wounds to the vertebrae, C4 and C5, we had one on the left and one on the right, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell from those wounds the vantage point of the assailant?
No.
Again, can't tell if in front of or behind.
Correct.
Can you tell from any of these wounds if Ms. Tibbetts was standing in front of or behind the assailant? Strike that. In front of or with her back turned to the assailant?
I would not be able to tell that, no.
Okay. How many total knife wounds did you see? Did you calculate?
Yes, my calculation is 9 definitive wounds. I suspect up to 12.
And some of these are in the back of the body?
The back of the body was decomposed, so what we're looking at is from about the armpit side area forward.
And that's what's depicted in the photograph of the sports bra?
Correct.
Can you tell anything from these wounds, the size of the assailant?
No.
Does this appear to be, in your training and experience, a fairly frenzied attack?
I can't tell you the order or rapidity with which the wounds all occurred, just the locations and the total numbers.
The injuries to the neck, you talked about the carotid artery, the jugular vein, and the other artery, which I'm not going to try to pronounce. Those all, if they're severed, cause significant blood loss, don't they?
Yes.
And you'd expect to find significant blood in a location other than a cornfield if that blood was, let's say, in the trunk of a car.
Correct.
Dr. Klein, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Any redirect? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mr.
just
Brown.
it's very short, Judge. The fingernails that were collected, those were submitted to the DCI lab, is that correct?
Yes.
For purposes of DNA comparison?
Yes.
I think I did forget to ask you about that, but would any of the skin cells, if there were any underneath the fingernails, would those be affected by the same decomposition process that you described earlier?
Yes.
And the constellation of wounds that we observed in the photos, what was the estimation of the number again?
Right, so 9 definitive, and I suspect up to 12.
Okay. So if you're suspecting 4 additional stab type wounds, what is it that affects your opinion as to whether or not you can say those are definitive stab wounds?
In the wounds that I said were definitive, I had at least 2 points of reference. They would be either corroborated by defects to the bone or defects to clothing. There were some wounds that I had neither of those, just a soft tissue injury, and due to decomposition, I felt that it was highly suspicious for sharp force injury, but was not 100%.
And lastly, Dr. Klein, you were asked concerning how much bleeding would be associated with the wounds that you observed. You remember that?
Yes.
All right. There would be a significant amount of bleeding. Would that be true?
Yes.
If that bleeding occurred outside of a vehicle and it ended up on the ground, would it be readily recognizable on the ground weeks later?
I think after rain and decomposition, it could be not visibly apparent to the eye.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Freeze, anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, we'll take a 10-minute recess at this time. I want to remind you of your admonition. Please leave your notebooks where they are. The hall's been cleared, so you may leave when you're ready. defendant and attorneys of record are present. Mr. Brown, the state may call its next witness.
Judge, our final witness is Dr. Heather Garvin.
I'll swear you in, okay? Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay. And if you'd make your way over there and be seated, please.
Watch your step. Ready? Okay. Dr. Garvin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
It's Heather Garvin.
And how are you employed?
I am an associate professor of anatomy at Des Moines University, and through the university, I also have a contract with the state of Iowa as a forensic anthropology consultant, given that I'm a board-certified forensic anthropologist.
We're just going to request you speak a little bit slower.
No problem.
So how long have you been employed as a forensic anthropologist?
So I started casework in 2005 as a graduate student at Mercyhurst College and been involved with it ever since. As slower still? No. Sorry.
Okay.
As of 2017 is when I became board certified as a forensic anthropologist.
Can you please just briefly outline your basic educational training?
So I have undergraduate degrees in anthropology and zoology from the University of Florida. I have a master's degree in biological and forensic anthropology from Mercyhurst College. And I have a PhD in functional anatomy and evolution from Johns Hopkins University, and then board certified through the American Board of Forensic Anthropology.
Okay. And your teaching duties, where are they at?
At Des Moines University, I teach anatomy.
Okay. And how long have you been teaching at Des Moines University?
Since July of 2017.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 93, if I may approach.
You may go ahead.
Dr. Garvin, we've already admitted State's Exhibit 93, but can you please tell us what State's Exhibit 93 is?
This is my CV.
Okay, and what does it summarize?
It summarizes my education, my publications, my grants, pretty much my academic career.
Okay. All right, thank you. You can just set that up there. You indicated that you were board certified as a forensic anthropologist.
That is correct.
What does that entail exactly to become board certified?
So the only certifying body in the U.S. is the American Board of Forensic Anthropology. You have to obtain a PhD in anthropology or a related field. And then when I became board certified, you had to wait 3 years post-PhD to apply to sit for the board exam. That application to sit for the board exam, you had to submit letters of recommendation, training logs, and examples of case reports for them to review. If they determined that you were eligible to sit for the board exam, there is a practical exam and a written multiple choice exam that you must pass with 80% or above to become board certified.
Okay, you went through that entire process to become board certified as a forensic anthropologist, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, how many other forensic anthropologists are in the United States?
There's a little over 100, maybe about 102 active board certified forensic anthropologists in the U.S.
So that type of specialty in comparison to other specialties is fairly rare?
Correct.
All right. What types of things can a forensic anthropologist assist with whenever a body is located and there are determinations that need to be made about what happened?
So forensic anthropologists are experts in skeletal anatomy. So what we do is we typically look at the bones, we're going to assess them, inventory them, and then reveal to the medical examiner any kind of evidence we can, either about the identity of the individual, if it's an unknown decedent, or the circumstances around their death.
Have you consulted with the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office in your capacity as a forensic anthropologist?
I have.
And do you know approximately how many occasions you've been requested to assist?
It's not specific to the Iowa State Medical Examiners, but since I've moved to Iowa, I've had 127 cases.
And did you do this type of work, forensic anthropology, prior to moving to the state of Iowa?
Yes, from 2012 to 2017, I was an assistant professor in the Applied Forensic Sciences Department at Mercyhurst University, where I supervised forensic anthropology casework and trained undergraduates and graduate students in forensic anthropology.
Okay. And where is Mercyhurst?
Erie, Pennsylvania.
And can you, maybe you've already provided some explanation here, but what exactly is forensic anthropology and how does it assist in arriving at a cause and manner of death for any particular person?
So by definition, forensic anthropology is the application of biological anthropology to medical legal scenarios. So forensic anthropologists apply specialized knowledge about human skeletal anatomy to provide information to the medical examiner or the coroner, either about the identity or their circumstances around the death. Forensic anthropologists themselves do not determine cause or manner of death, but we're providing more evidence to the medical examiner to help them in their determination.
Okay. Are you familiar with Dr. Dennis Klein?
I am.
And are you familiar with his staff at the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office?
I am.
Have you worked with each of them, all four of them, on cases over the years?
Since July 2017.
All right. So only, I shall say over the years, I make it sound longer, but it's actually about the last 3 to 3.5 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Dr. Garvin, were you asked to assist in examining the body of Mollie Tibbetts?
I was.
When were you called in to help review on this case?
So I received a call from Dr. Klein on August 21st about the case, asking me to be there the following morning, August 22nd, for the beginning of the autopsy.
Okay. And what was your role, similar to what you've already described generally in this case as it has been in other cases?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present for the autopsy of Mollie Tibbetts?
I was present for a small portion of it at the beginning just to see the condition of the remains and also to create a plan with Dr. Klein about my subsequent analyses.
And is there anything that has to be done to prepare the bones that are recovered from any particular person that has been autopsied?
Yes, so as a forensic anthropologist, I'm interested in the bones themselves, not the soft tissue. So after the medical examiner has completed their analyses of the soft tissue, we essentially place them in a heated water bath to remove the remaining soft tissue so that I can get a better view of the bones.
Okay.
It's called maceration.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
It was.
Is that a process that you do yourself?
I do not. The medical examiner's office does it for me.
Okay. And at some point, the bones of Mollie Tibbetts were prepared for your examination?
That is correct.
And where did you go to perform that exam?
So the following day, August 23rd, is when I initially started my examination of the remains, and all of it was done at the state medical examiner's office.
Okay. The entirety of your examination takes how long?
It depends on the case. I would say I spent at least 20 hours looking at the remains, and my reports are pretty extensive. I would say at least 10 to 20 hours writing and preparing the report.
And if you find anything of any significance, do you photograph that for purposes to be used later?
That is correct.
All right. All right, I'm going to show you what's I'm going to show you what's been previously introduced as State's Exhibit 75. It'll be on the screen right in front of you, hopefully. Okay. this, I will tell you that this photo was a bit tough to get on a screen. That's why it's all the way over to the left. But Exhibit 75 that you have there in front of you, what are we seeing here in 75? In 75.
This is a photograph that was included in my forensic anthropology report, and what it's displaying is all of the skeletal remains, the bones, after processing, after the soft tissue has been removed, and it's in approximate anatomical position. So it's just displaying everything that I had to work with and to analyze.
Okay. In assessing the skeletal remains now of Mollie Tibbetts, was there any particular bone or structure that was missing?
I had a mostly complete skeleton. I believe I was missing one tooth, a hyoid bone, a very small bone that's in the neck, and 2 toe bones, but otherwise I had everything else.
Okay. And what's the explanation, if you have one, for why why the hyoid and the other bones would have been missing?
They probably were not recovered at the scene. They're very small. When bodies are exposed to the elements, you can get animals. There's lots of different environmental influences that can scatter remains.
All right, we'll run through your findings. We'll start with the head, okay? The next picture that we have is State's Exhibit 76. This is a similar picture that we've seen before that was utilized by Dr. Klein, but in State's Exhibit 76, what were you able to find?
So this is a photograph I took of the right side of the head, the cranium, and the arrow there is indicating a sharp force defect that I found on the skull. It's just in front and above the opening for the right ear.
And does this particular area that you have identified with the area, does it penetrate all the way through the skull?
Yes, it perforates through the skull, and after autopsy they did cut open the skull to look at the endocranial surfaces as well, and you could see that opening on the inside.
Okay, we'll look at the next exhibit, State's Exhibit 77. What does this represent?
So this is a close-up image of that defect on the right side of the head. It's in the same orientation. It's just closer to show the borders of that sharp force defect.
Okay. And what, as a forensic anthropologist, what do the borders of that defect tell you about the instrument that was used to inflict it?
So the very sharp borders to it are consistent with sharp force defect or sharp force trauma, something that was created with a beveled surface or a pointed surface where it cut through the bone. The particular triangular shape of this, where down towards the right side there's a more squared edge and a more pointed edge towards the other, suggests that it was likely a single edged blade, where the spine, the non-cutting edge, would be the squared part, and then the beveled cutting edge would be towards the point.
And the beveled cutting edge would be a little bit higher up in this photo, is that correct?
Correct, up and towards the left.
Okay. And whenever you looked at the interior of the skull, does this particular wound penetrate all the way through the bone?
Yes.
Can you tell, as a forensic anthropologist, how deep a knife would have been stabbed into this area of the skull?
No, I could not. I mean, it went through the few millimeters of bone that you have that's covering the brain there. I did not have any indication that it hit any other surfaces within the inside of the skull.
Okay. And at the time that you were able to observe the body of Mollie Tibbetts, before this process was done with the bones, what was the state of decomposition that you observed?
It was highly decomposed, mostly mummified tissue, some putrefied tissue underneath that mummification.
Okay, whenever you talk about mummification, what are you referring to?
It's the drying out of the tissues. I don't want to give another example, but the tissues dry out, they become hard, they're dehydrated.
All right. We'll move on to State's Exhibit number 78. This is a bit of a different picture we saw than whenever Dr. Klein testified. You've placed some arrows on State's Exhibit 78. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, let's start on the left side of the photo. What do the arrows represent on the left side of the photo?
So overall in the photo, we have the two neck vertebrae, C4 and C5, sitting on top of one another as they do in the neck. And we're looking at the anterior, the frontal surface of that. Anatomically, there may have been a little bit more space between them because cartilage would sit between those bones. So the yellow and the orange and peach arrows over there are the right side of those neck vertebrae, and each arrow indicates a sharp force defect that I saw in the bone.
I'm sorry, just to make sure we're oriented correctly, the way that the bones are facing us here in State's Exhibit 78, it would be as if we're facing her face, Mollie's face. Would that be true?
True.
Okay, not the back of her neck.
Correct.
All right. And the three arrows that you're referring to, are those all separate defects to the bone?
So those 4 arrows are all separate defects to the bone, but they all align anatomically with one another and could have been created with a single impact.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. So this could be consistent with a single impact of a sharp force blade.
Correct.
All right. Is it also consistent with multiple stab wounds to the neck?
All I can say is a minimum of 1.
Okay. Then on the right side, there's a blue arrow on State's Exhibit 78. Do you see that?
I do.
And what does that area represent?
So that's a sharp force defect that I have to the left side of the vertebrae there. And in another view, there's a second one on the C4, the top vertebrae right there, that will align with it as well.
Okay. Do the wounds that you see associated with the blue arrow on the right and the other colored arrows on the left, could those have been caused by one blow or one stab of the knife?
No, they don't go all the way through the vertebrae.
So there's at least 2 injuries that we see here then in State's Exhibit 78. Is that true?
Correct. A minimum of 1 to the right and the minimum of 1 to the left side of the neck.
All right. Can you tell by looking at the injuries here to the bones whether or not it was a slashing type motion that would have caused these injuries or some other type of motion that would have caused them?
Well, on the ones to the right, if you look at how far in, how deep in they would go into the bone, it's about 2.5 centimeters. So in my opinion, that wouldn't be consistent with a shallow slashing.
Okay. And then the arrow on that represents the injury on the right, we're saying right side of the picture, that's the left side of the neck, correct?
Correct.
Would that be consistent with the same type of motion that you just indicated?
That one's very shallow. It could be caused either way, either by a perpendicular impact of the blade or a side impact of the blade.
Okay. We'll move on to State's Exhibit 79. What is State's Exhibit 79?
So in this picture here, that top vertebra, that C4, I've taken it and just flipped it over to better show those defects because they're hard to illustrate in the photographs. So the same color arrows correspond to the previous picture. So the yellow and orange is the right side, the green is the left side, and the arrows indicate sharp force defects that I have on that vertebra.
Okay, so the orange and yellow arrows are the right side of the neck, correct?
Correct.
And the green is the left side of the neck.
Correct.
Same injuries that we saw before in State's Exhibit 78, just to make sure we're clear.
The green is one that you couldn't see in the previous photo, but it aligns with that blue arrow, the defect we saw on the bottom vertebra, the C5 vertebra, in that previous photo.
Okay. Anything else of significance with Exhibit 79 that we haven't already discussed?
No.
All right, we'll move on to the next photo, Exhibit number 80. Again, what are we looking at here with Exhibit 80?
So these are the sharp force defects to the left side of the vertebrae there, same colored arrows as in the previous photographs. So I have that C4 and C5 vertebra sitting against one another, and you can see the linear defects line up with one another.
The linear defects you're referring to are the ones that are represented by the blue arrow and the green arrow?
Correct.
Right. And is this a separate injury than what we've seen before in previous photos?
No, it's just a different view showing that they align with one another.
Anything else of significance here to Exhibit 80?
No.
All right, we'll move on to Exhibit 81. All right, so before we get into Exhibit 81, did you do some examination with regard to the ribs, to the rib bones of Mollie Tibbetts?
So I examined all of the bones of Mollie Tibbetts, all of the surfaces, both with my eyes and under a stereoscopic microscope. But yes, that did include the ribs.
Okay, and what is Exhibit 81 is a cluster of 5 separate photos, would you agree with me?
Correct.
And what do those 5 separate photos that make up Exhibit 81 represent?
So this is another figure from my report that I gave to the medical examiner, and they're showing different views of the defects that I had on the right 6th rib, sharp force defects.
Okay. So do each of the photos, we'll start with the top left corner. First of all, what is that?
So the top left corner, the one labeled A, is the right 6th rib, so that you can see the entire rib there. And the green arrow, it's hard to see right there, but those green arrows are where I have the sharp force defects on the rib. It's kind of anterior lateral for the right 6th rib. And then the remaining photographs are just closer views and different angles and different lighting of those defects on the rib.
Okay. Moving to the right, we have a closer photo of what those defects are, is that right?
That is correct, and you can see that the defects come down to a point. They're V-shaped at the floor, which is consistent with a knife.
Okay. And I see 3 different areas of defect in the bone in the picture on the top right. Would you agree?
Correct, and that one you can see the 3 deeper ones. There are more shallow ones that are better represented in the other photos.
Okay. And moving down to the next photo, is that one of those photos you're referring to that is in the middle on the left?
Correct, and B there, it's a top-down view. So you can see the 3 deeper sharp force defects, but you can also see just beyond them a couple shallow linear defects as well.
Okay. And then moving below that photo, there's a multiple arrows that show an area on the same rib bone. Was that true?
That is correct. The
What-
green,
Yeah, I'm sorry. What do those represent?
those are even more superficial linear scratches in the bone. I was going to mention that the green arrow in each of these figure is the same defect for orientation.
Okay. And then moving to the last photo in Exhibit 81, the last part of it, does that show the same area that we're looking at in the previous photographs?
Yes, it does.
All right, looking at those pictures in the 6th rib, what side of the body again was this from?
This is the right.
The right side. Can you tell how many different times a knife would have been stabbed into Mollie that would have caused the injuries that we see here?
Given the close proximity of all of these defects, I said that it is a minimum of 1 impact to that right 6th rib area.
Could it be more than 1?
It's a minimum of 1.
Okay. All right. Anything else of significance with State's Exhibit 81?
No.
All right. State's Exhibit 82. This is the same. Is this the same left? Oh, I'm sorry. This is a different rib. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. My bad. Which rib are we dealing, or are we looking at here in State's Exhibit number 82?
So now we've moved to the left 6th rib.
Okay. This is directly across from the other rib that we were looking at. Would that be
The
accurate?
rib lies directly across from it, yes.
Okay. This is a constellation of 4 different photos, A, B, C, and D. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's within State's Exhibit 82.
Correct.
All right. On the top left quadrant, what does that photo show?
So that top left quadrant A is an overview of that entire rib. And again, I've demarcated with arrows where the sharp force defects are on that rib. They're a little bit more lateral. On the right side, it was anterior lateral. On the left side, a little bit more lateral on the side.
Okay. Moving to the right of that photo, what do we see in that picture?
So this is a closer view of those sharp force defects. Again, throughout all of these pictures, the green arrow indicates the same defect, the yellow arrow, the same defect for orientation.
Okay, and then collectively, the 2 pictures below that show what?
They're even closer views. We have 1 linear defect where that green arrow is, and then between that green and the yellow arrow, there's essentially a shaved off portion of that top part of the rib.
Okay, Whenever I look at this, Dr. Garvin, it appears to me to be more of a scraping type injury rather than the notches that we saw in the previous photos. Would you agree?
I would agree.
What is your explanation for that in looking at this particular part of the rib?
It can just be a difference in the orientation that the blade impacted the rib. For example, if you had a more side orientation, it could shave off that top part of the bone versus creating that V-shaped defect that we saw in some of the other linear ones.
Okay. Anything else of significance that we see here in State's Exhibit number 82?
No.
All right. I think we've got 2 more ribs to look at.
Yes.
All right. So State's Exhibit number 83. That's on the screen. Which particular rib are we looking at in State's Exhibit 83?
So this is the left 7th rib.
Okay, so just below the 6th rib, correct?
That is correct.
All right, this looks to be a different type of impact. Would you agree?
Yeah, so this is still a sharp force defect. Here it is on the external surface, the outer surface of the rib, where the other views were on the top part of the rib. And it's just a linear notch, a perpendicular impact, and then a trailing scratch from that.
Okay. What would that be consistent with as far as any type of weapon that would have been used to inflict this type of injury we see in Exhibit 83?
Any kind of knife or blade.
It appears to me that in the 2 photos to the right side of State's Exhibit 83 that the bone appears cracked. Would that be true? There appear to be cracks in the bone?
I'm not sure where you're referring to.
Okay, well, the close picture that we have here on the bottom right, there appears to be some sort of linear mark that cuts across the bone. Do you see that?
The oblique one
Yes.
running down, that's a trailing scratch from the sharp force defect. So the sharp implement created a scratch against that surface.
So the photo that's on the bottom right corner of this State's Exhibit 83, we see what appears to be more of a reddish area in 2 different parts. Would you agree?
I'm not following.
Yep, that's okay.
You may. All right.
I'll just point it out. This area here that I see on the bottom right photo, and this area here, do those represent anything that that is connected to any type of sharp force injury?
Well, they're incised bone, they're cut bone along that linear length. They don't tell me anything specific about the implement, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. And then there's appears to be some sort of a cracking or mark on the bone here in the bottom right photo. Would you agree?
So that's all a linear cut. Connecting those 2 areas that you pointed out, that's a single linear defect in the bone.
So from this point down to this point is one, or this point is
Yes.
one linear defect, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else of significance with regard to State's Exhibit 83?
No.
State's Exhibit 84. There are 4 photos that make up State's Exhibit 84. Would you agree?
I agree.
All right, on the top left corner of this exhibit, what is that?
So that's an overall view of the left 8th rib.
Okay, and then the middle photo on the top is, what does that represent?
So the middle photo and all the others other than A there in the top left corner are close-ups of the defects that is located at that spot of the yellow arrow in A.
Okay, and then describe for us what the defects are in the bone that is here, that is the left 8th rib.
So again, we have defects consistent with sharp force trauma. In this case, it's almost as if some of the bone has been cut away or carved out from that impact.
And again, can you tell us with regard to this area of the 8th rib, how many different stabs of a sharp force or of a knife would have caused this type of injury?
This is a minimum of 1 impact to that left 8th rib.
Same as the others that you've seen?
Correct.
It's 1, could be more?
Correct.
Okay. Anything else here of a significance with State's Exhibit 84?
No.
And then lastly, Dr. Garvin, State's Exhibit 85 is on the screen, is that correct?
That is correct.
We've looked very closely at some of the injuries, or all the injuries, that you observed to the skeletal remains of Mollie Tibbetts. Is that true?
That is true.
What does Exhibit 85 then represent?
So this summarizes the various areas that I found those sharp force defects. Overall, I had a minimum of 7 impacts, 1 to that right side of the head, 1 to the right side of the neck, the C4, C5 vertebra, 1 to the left side of the C4, C5 vertebra. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Well, you would describe again, if you would, the injuries that you observed to the neck. The interpreter has to get it. Just
Sorry.
That's fine. Just summarize it for us one more time.
Okay, so besides the 1 to the head, on the right side of the neck at the C4 and the C5 vertebra, I have a minimum of 1 impact. I have a separate impact to the left side of the C4 and C5 vertebra in the neck. I have a sharp force impact to the right 6th rib, another impact to the left 6th rib, another one to the left 7th rib, and another one to the left 8th rib. So in total, a minimum of 7 impacts.
Okay. Did you examine any clothing that Mollie Tibbetts would have been wearing that would have corresponded to those types of injuries that you reviewed, or is that better left to Dr. Klein?
I did not. I'm only interested in the bones.
Okay. Have we fairly summarized all the injuries that you were able to observe in your examination of the skeletal remains of Mollie Tibbetts?
Yes.
All right. Anything else with regard to injuries to her pelvic region, her leg, or thigh bone, shin bones, and feet? Anything else that you noticed or observed in your examination of her skeletal remains?
No, the only trauma I saw were the sharp force defects that we've discussed here.
Okay. And as far as cause and manner of death, that also is a medical examiner's area of expertise. Would that be true?
Correct. I can't speak to that.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Defense may cross-examine.
No questions.
Okay. Ma'am, thank you for being here. You're excused.
Thank you.
State of Iowa may call its next witness.
Your Honor, on behalf of the state of Iowa rests.
Okay, record should reflect the state of Iowa rests. Counsel, could I get you to approach, please? Members of the jury, with the state resting, we will be in recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Before I send you on your way for the day, I want to remind you of your admonition. Please do not be discussing the case with anyone. That needs to wait until your deliberations. Make sure you're not doing any type of independent research involving the case, and make sure you're not having any media exposure. Please leave your notebooks on your chairs, and our court attendant, Carrie, will hold them, collect them and hold them for the evening. And again, back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.